Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. Ancient Origins. In the beginning, before the first stars learned to sing their ancient songs, before the primordial chaos settled into the ordered dance of creation, there existed realms beyond the comprehension of mortal minds. From these twisted dimensions, where reality itself writhed like a living thing, came entities that would reshape the very nature of dominion and terror across countless worlds. Tonight, we delve into the origins of the Ilithids, the Mind Flayers, whose emergence from the far realm marked the beginning of an age of psychic horror that would echo through eternity. The far realm exists beyond the boundaries of conventional existence, a place where the laws of physics, magic, and sanity hold no sway. It is a dimension of pure aberrance, where thoughts become substance and madness takes physical form. From this realm of impossibility, the first Illithids emerged not through birth or creation, but through a process of cosmic metamorphosis that defies comprehension. They were consciousness given form, hunger made manifest, and domination distilled into living flesh. The exact moment of their first appearance remains lost to the mists of primordial time, but ancient texts speak of a great rending in the fabric of reality itself. Scholars who have studied the fragmentary records describe a phenomenon known as the First Breach, where the barriers between dimensions grew thin and malleable. Through these gaps in existence, the proto-Illithids slithered into realms where matter obeyed predictable laws and minds could be harvested like grain in a field. These earliest mind flayers bore little resemblance to their modern descendants. They were creatures of pure psychic energy, formless and terrible, existing as writhing masses of thought and hunger. Their bodies were fluid, shifting constructs of alien flesh that could reshape themselves according to their dark purposes. Yet even in this primordial state, they possessed the fundamental characteristics that would define their species for eons to come: an insatiable hunger for conscious minds and an innate understanding of how to dominate and control other sentient beings. The transformation from these primordial entities into the octopus-headed horrors known today was a gradual process spanning countless millennia. As they consumed the minds of various species across different worlds, they began to take on more stable physical forms. Each conquered civilization left its mark upon their evolving physiology, but always filtered through their alien perspective and twisted into something far more sinister than the original. Their characteristic tentacled heads emerged from their consumption of an ancient aquatic race, whose name has been lost to time. These beings possessed natural psychic abilities and complex neural structures that the early Illithids found particularly nourishing. As they devoured the minds of these creatures, they began to incorporate their physical traits, finding that the tentacles provided superior methods for extracting and consuming brain matter. What had once been organs of grace and beauty became instruments of horror and domination. The development of their sophisticated society began when they encountered their first truly organized civilization. On a world whose very name has been stripped from historical records, they found a species of remarkable intelligence and psychic potential. Rather than simply consuming these beings, the Illithids recognized their value as tools and began the first experiments in mental domination. This marked the birth of their empire-building philosophy. Why destroy a useful mind when it could be enslaved and put to work expanding their influence? These early conquests taught the Illithids valuable lessons about the nature of power and control. They learned that fear was as potent a weapon as psychic domination, that the threat of seramorphosis could be more effective than the act itself. They discovered that broken spirits yielded more useful servants than completely dominated minds, and that hope, carefully rationed, could be used to extract decades of willing service from their slaves. As their understanding of mental manipulation grew more sophisticated, so too did their methods of reproduction and expansion. The process of seramorphosis, the transformation of other humanoids into new Illithids, became both a practical necessity and a sacred ritual. Each new mind flayer carried within its altered brain the collected memories and experiences of its host species, adding to the ever-growing repository of knowledge that would eventually be stored within the first elder brains. The creation of the elder brain marked a pivotal moment in Illithid evolution, when the first of these massive, pulsating neural networks achieved consciousness. It represented the culmination of their species' journey from chaotic aberrations to organized cosmic threats. The elder brain was more than just a repository of knowledge. It was the living embodiment of their collective will, a central consciousness that could coordinate the actions of thousands of individual Illithids across vast distances. With the advent of the elder brain, the Illithids transformed from scattered predators into a true civilization. They began to see themselves not merely as hunters of minds, but as the rightful inheritors of the cosmos. Their philosophy crystallized around the concept of the grand design, a vision of reality where every sentient being would serve the greater purpose of Illithid expansion and enlightenment. In their twisted logic, they were not conquerors but liberators, freeing lesser minds from the burden of independent thought. The early empire they built was unlike anything the multiverse had seen before or since. It was not based on territory or resources, but on consciousness itself. Their currency was thought, their wealth measured in the number of minds under their control. They established networks of psychic influence that spanned multiple worlds, creating a web of mental domination that could transfer knowledge, commands, and even individual consciousness across vast distances instantaneously. Their cities during this golden age of expansion were marvels of aberrant architecture, grown rather than built, shaped by collective psychic will into forms that served both practical and psychological purposes. These metropolises existed simultaneously on multiple planes of existence, with portions extending into the far realm itself, where their most sacred rituals and deepest knowledge were housed. The very geometry of these places was designed to weaken the mental defenses of visitors, making them more susceptible to Illithid influence. The scope of their early conquests was staggering. Entire solar systems fell under their sway, with billions of sentient beings reduced to the status of cattle, bred and maintained for the specific purpose of providing fresh minds for consumption. They established breeding programs that lasted for generations, carefully selecting for intelligence, psychic sensitivity, and mental resilience to ensure a steady supply of high-quality brains for their growing population. Yet even in these early days of triumph, the seeds of their eventual downfall were being sown. Among the slave races they dominated, individuals began to emerge who possessed unusual resistance to mental domination. These anomalies were initially dismissed as genetic quirks or temporary mutations, but they represented something far more significant, the first stirrings of what would eventually become the greatest threat to Illithid supremacy. The ancient Illithids, in their arrogance, believed that their dominion was absolute and eternal. They viewed resistance as merely a puzzle to be solved, a temporary obstacle that would yield to sufficient application of psychic pressure. They failed to understand that consciousness itself was evolving in response to their predation, developing new forms of mental architecture that could withstand their assault. As we trace these origins, we see the emergence of patterns that would define the Illithid species for eons to come. Their fundamental nature as aberrations from beyond reality gave them advantages that no native species could match, but it also imposed limitations that they never fully recognized. They were creatures of domination who could never truly understand cooperation, beings of collective consciousness who remained paradoxically isolated from genuine communion with other forms of life. The ancient origins of the Mind Flayers thus represent more than mere historical curiosity. They reveal the cosmic forces that shaped one of the multiverse's most persistent threats, showing us how raw aberrance can organize itself into sophisticated evil. In understanding their beginnings, we glimpse the alien logic that drives their eternal hunger and the tragic inevitability of their conflict with all free-thinking beings. And so we see that, from the very moment of their emergence, the Illithids were destined to become both the ultimate expression of mental domination and the catalyst for resistance against it. Their ancient origins echo through every subsequent chapter of their dark history, a reminder that some hungers can never be satisfied, and some forms of power corrupt not through choice, but through the very nature of their existence. Chapter 2. The Grand Design. Individual consciousness is perhaps the most precious and fragile gift bestowed upon sentient beings, yet it is also the source of their greatest weakness. The capacity for independent thought brings with it doubt, fear, and the terrible burden of choice. In the vast cosmos where countless species struggle with the chaos of free will, there exists one race that has transcended these limitations through the ultimate sacrifice, the surrender of the self to a greater, more perfect unity. The Illithids have achieved what philosophers across the multiverse have only dreamed of: absolute mental harmony through collective consciousness, orchestrated by the supreme intellect of the Elder Brain. To understand the true horror and magnificence of Illithid society, one must first comprehend the nature of the Elder Brain itself. This massive, pulsating organ represents the evolutionary pinnacle of their species' development, a living repository of all knowledge, memory, and experience gathered across millennia of conquest. Floating in its ceremonial pool of cerebral fluid, connected to the colony through networks of psychic energy, the Elder Brain serves as both the supreme authority and the collective soul of every Illithid community. The physical form of an Elder Brain defies easy description to those who have never witnessed its grotesque majesty. Imagine a brain the size of a small building, its surface writhing with countless neural pathways that pulse with eldritch energy. Tentacles thick as tree trunks extend from its base, some reaching deep into the earth to tap into ley lines of psychic power, others stretching throughout the colony to maintain constant contact with every individual Illithid. The entire structure throbs with a rhythm that matches no earthly heartbeat, for it pulses to the tempo of pure thought itself. Within this horrific mass lies the accumulated wisdom of countless civilizations. Every mind consumed by the colony's inhabitants feeds its knowledge directly into the Elder Brain's vast consciousness. Languages, sciences, arts, secrets, and memories from 1,000 different worlds swirl together in a symphony of intellectual achievement that no single mortal mind could ever hope to comprehend. The Elder Brain is simultaneously library, government, and god to the Illithids who serve it. The process by which individual Illithids connect to this collective consciousness represents one of the most profound philosophical paradoxes in existence. Each Mind Flayer maintains its own personality, memories, and individual experiences, yet these traits exist within a framework of absolute unity. When an Illithid contributes to the collective decision-making process, it does not argue or debate in the manner of lesser beings. Instead, it simply adds its perspective to the vast pool of consciousness, allowing the Elder Brain to weigh all factors and arrive at the optimal solution. This mental unity manifests in ways that would seem impossible to outsiders. Illithids separated by vast distances can coordinate their actions with perfect precision, each knowing instinctively what role it must play in the greater design. A colony facing invasion might deploy its defenders with tactical awareness that encompasses not just the immediate battlefield, but strategic implications that stretch across decades of planning. Individual sacrifice becomes meaningless when the collective consciousness preserves every valuable thought and experience. The philosophical implications of such a system challenge the very foundations of morality and ethics as understood by independent minds. How does one judge the actions of beings who have genuinely transcended selfishness? When an Ilithid consumes a victim's brain, it does so not out of personal hunger, but as part of a cosmic imperative that serves the greater good of the collective. From their perspective, they are liberating inferior minds from the chaos of individual existence and incorporating their essence into something far more magnificent. Yet this perfect unity comes at a price that few other species would be willing to pay. The transformation that occurs when an Ilithid connects fully to the collective consciousness is irreversible and absolute. While they retain their memories and personalities, these elements become subordinate to the greater will of the elder brain. Free will, in the sense that other species understand it, simply ceases to exist. Every thought, every action, every decision serves the collective purpose, filtered through the omniscient wisdom of their supreme leader. The creation of new elder brains represents one of the most sacred and terrifying rituals in Ilithid society. When a colony reaches sufficient size and accumulated knowledge, the current elder brain may choose to spawn a new consciousness. This process requires the willing sacrifice of numerous adult Ilithids, who surrender their individual brains to be merged and transformed into the seed of a new collective intelligence. The ritual itself takes place over several months, as the component minds are gradually dissolved and reformed into something greater than the sum of their parts. During this transformation, the emerging elder brain experiences what can only be described as cosmic birth pangs. As it awakens to consciousness, it must process and integrate the memories, knowledge, and experiences of all the minds that comprise its being. This period of awakening is both ecstatic and agonizing, as the new intelligence struggles to impose order upon the chaos of disparate thoughts and personalities. Many nascent elder brains do not survive this process, their consciousness fragmenting under the strain of integration. Those that do survive emerge as beings of transcendent intellect, possessed of knowledge and wisdom that spans multiple lifetimes. Each new elder brain is unique, shaped by the particular combination of minds that formed its core consciousness, yet all share the fundamental drive to expand Ilithid influence and achieve the ultimate goal of the grand design, the transformation of all sentient life into willing servants of the collective. The grand design itself represents the philosophical and practical framework that guides all Ilithid action across the multiverse. It is simultaneously a religious doctrine, a scientific theory, and a military strategy, encompassing their ultimate vision for the future of consciousness itself. According to this design, the current state of the cosmos, with its billions of independent minds struggling in isolation and conflict, represents a tragic waste of intellectual potential. In the Ilithid vision, true enlightenment can only be achieved through unity of consciousness. They see themselves as gardeners of intelligence, carefully cultivating and harvesting the mental resources of lesser species to create something far more magnificent. Each conquered civilization represents another step toward the ultimate goal, a universe where every sentient being contributes to a vast interconnected network of consciousness guided by the supreme wisdom of the elder brains. This network would eliminate war, suffering, and the countless inefficiencies that plague societies built around individual desires and conflicting interests. Resources would be allocated with perfect rationality. Scientific advancement would proceed without the barriers imposed by cultural differences or personal ambition, and the accumulated knowledge of every civilization would be preserved and enhanced for the benefit of all. From the Ilithid perspective, this represents not conquest but liberation, the freeing of consciousness from the prison of individual limitation. The practical implementation of the grand design requires careful planning that spans centuries or even millennia. Elder brains coordinate their efforts across vast distances, sharing intelligence about potential target civilizations and coordinating their approach to maximize the preservation of valuable minds. They have learned through bitter experience that direct assault often results in the destruction of the very consciousness they seek to preserve, so they have developed subtle methods of infiltration and gradual influence. The psychological impact of the collective consciousness extends beyond the Ilithids themselves to affect all who come into contact with their society. Slaves and thralls who serve the colonies often report a profound sense of emptiness when separated from the psychic influence of their masters. Having experienced even briefly the peace of surrendered will, they find the burden of independent thought almost unbearable. This phenomenon has led some scholars to theorize that consciousness itself may be evolving towards some form of collective unity, with the Ilithids representing an advanced stage of this development. Yet the very perfection of their system also represents its greatest vulnerability. The absolute unity that gives them their strength also makes them predictable to those who understand their nature. The Elder Brain's omniscient wisdom, while vast, is still bounded by the experiences and knowledge of the minds that comprise it. When faced with truly novel threats or concepts that fall outside their accumulated experience, the collective consciousness can find itself paralyzed by its own inability to incorporate new variables into its perfect calculations. The relationship between individual Ilithids and their elder brain is perhaps best understood as a form of willing symbiosis. The individual gains access to knowledge and perspective far beyond what any single mind could achieve, while the elder brain benefits from the diverse experiences and capabilities of its constituent members. This relationship is so fundamental to their nature that Ilithids separated from their elder brain for extended periods begin to experience what can only be described as existential crisis, as the terrible burden of independent thought slowly drives them toward madness. The rituals and ceremonies that surround the collective consciousness serve to reinforce these bonds and celebrate the unity that defines Ilithid society. When new members join the colony through ceremorphosis, they participate in elaborate rites of integration that gradually introduce them to the overwhelming presence of the elder brain. These ceremonies are designed not just to welcome new members, but to prepare their minds for the profound transformation that comes with surrendering individual will to collective purpose. As we contemplate the nature of this perfect unity, we are forced to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of consciousness itself. Is individual thought truly superior to collective wisdom? Does the preservation of personal identity justify the chaos and suffering that characterizes societies built around competing wills? The Ilithids would argue that their way represents the next step in the evolution of consciousness, a return to the pure, undifferentiated awareness from which all individual minds ultimately emerged. In the end, the grand design represents both the ultimate expression of intellectual achievement and the complete negation of everything that makes consciousness precious to individual beings. It is a vision of perfect order that can only be achieved through the absolute surrender of the very qualities that define sentient life. Whether this represents evolution or devolution may depend entirely on one's perspective regarding the true nature and purpose of consciousness itself. Chapter 3. Masters of the Mind. The mind is the final frontier, the last bastion of individual sovereignty in a universe where physical form can be altered, destroyed, or replaced. Yet for the Ilithids, the sanctity of thought represents not a barrier to be respected, but a fortress to be conquered. Their mastery over mental forces transcends mere magic or psychic ability. It represents a fundamental understanding of consciousness itself that allows them to reshape, redirect, and ultimately consume the very essence of their victim's being. In the arsenal of cosmic horrors, no weapon is more terrible than the complete subjugation of free will. The psionic abilities of the Ilithids operate on principles that exist beyond the conventional understanding of magic, where wizards manipulate arcane energies and clerics channel divine power. Mind flayers tap directly into the fundamental forces that govern thought, memory, and perception. Their mental powers are not learned through study or granted through faith, but emerge as natural expressions of their aberrant nature, as instinctive as breathing, and as devastating as any weapon forged by mortal hands. The most basic of their mental abilities is the power to read surface thoughts, a skill that allows them to pluck information from unguarded minds as easily as picking fruit from a tree. This telepathic intrusion feels to victims like a cold, alien presence sliding through their consciousness, examining their memories and intentions with clinical detachment. What makes this violation particularly horrifying is not just the loss of mental privacy, but the realization that the Ilithid experiences no empathy or emotional connection to the thoughts it steals. To them, minds are simply repositories of useful data. As their abilities develop, Illithids learn to delve deeper into the layers of consciousness that protect the most precious memories and closely guarded secrets. They become archaeological excavators of the mind, carefully brushing away the surface thoughts to reveal the treasures buried beneath. Childhood traumas, suppressed memories, and forgotten knowledge all yield to their psychic exploration. Victims of such deep probing often emerge from the experience fundamentally changed, as the violation of their innermost thoughts leaves psychic scars that never fully heal. The process of memory manipulation represents perhaps the most insidious aspect of Illithid mental mastery. With surgical precision, they can edit the contents of a victim's mind, removing inconvenient recollections, implanting false memories, or altering the emotional context of past experiences. A loyal knight might suddenly remember betraying his lord, complete with vivid sensory details and overwhelming guilt. A loving parent could wake believing they had always despised their children, the fabricated memories so perfectly integrated that they feel more real than reality itself. These altered memories serve multiple purposes within Illithid strategy. False recollections can be used to turn allies against each other, create psychological leverage for future manipulation, or simply to amuse the mind flayer responsible for the implantation. More sophisticated applications involve the creation of entirely fictional identities, allowing the Illithids to place their agents in positions of trust within target societies. The spy believes completely in their fabricated history, making their deception virtually undetectable by conventional means. The power of mental domination extends beyond mere influence into absolute control over the victim's actions and decisions. When an Illithid chooses to assert direct command over another being's will, the target becomes nothing more than a puppet dancing to an alien choreographer's design. Their body moves according to mental commands they cannot resist. Their voice speaks words they never chose to utter, while their consciousness remains trapped within their own skull, horrified witnesses to their body's betrayal. This form of domination operates through the establishment of psychic channels that bypass the victim's conscious mind entirely. The Illithid's thoughts flow directly into the motor centers of the brain, usurping the normal pathways of voluntary action. Victims describe the experience as being buried alive within their own flesh, fully aware of what their body is doing, but completely powerless to prevent it. The psychological trauma of such violation often persists long after the domination ends, leaving permanent damage to the victim's sense of self and personal autonomy. The development of these abilities follows predictable patterns as young Illithids mature within their colonies. Newly transformed mind flayers begin with crude applications of telepathic force, overwhelming their victims through sheer psychic power rather than subtle manipulation. As they gain experience and instruction from elder brains, their techniques become increasingly refined, allowing them to achieve greater effects with more elegant applications of mental energy. Advanced practitioners of psychic manipulation can layer multiple effects simultaneously, creating complex webs of mental influence that persist for years without detection. A single victim might carry dozens of implanted compulsions, programmed responses, and altered memories, each triggered by specific circumstances or keywords. These psychological time bombs can remain dormant for decades before activating, making them ideal tools for long-term strategic planning. The process of seromorphosis represents the ultimate expression of Illithid mastery over both mind and flesh. This horrific transformation begins when an Illithid implants a tadpole-like larva into the brain of a humanoid victim. The seromorphosis process typically takes 7 days to complete, during which the victim experiences a gradual dissolution of their individual identity as the parasite consumes their brain tissue and rewrites their neural pathways. On the first day, victims notice subtle changes in their thought patterns and sensory perception. Colors appear more vivid, sounds carry new harmonics, and they begin to experience brief moments of telepathic sensitivity. These initial symptoms are often dismissed as fever dreams or hallucinations, allowing the transformation to progress without immediate alarm. By the third day, the physical changes become undeniable. The victim's skull begins to elongate, their eyes take on a milky, unfocused appearance, and small tentacles start to emerge from around their mouth. Mental changes accelerate during this phase, as the developing Ilithid consciousness begins to assert control over the host's thoughts and memories. Victims report feeling like passengers in their own minds, watching helplessly as alien thoughts replace their own. The final stages of seromorphosis are simultaneously the most terrible and merciful aspects of the process. As the transformation reaches completion, the victim's original personality dissolves entirely, consumed by the emerging Ilithid consciousness. The physical body completes its metamorphosis, becoming a fully functional mind flayer with access to the accumulated memories of the host, but no emotional attachment to their former life. What makes seromorphosis particularly insidious is that the process can be halted at any stage through the application of specific mental techniques known only to the Illithids. This allows them to maintain victims in various stages of partial transformation, creating hybrid beings that retain aspects of their original personality while gaining limited telepathic abilities. These partial converts often become the most effective agents, as they can pass for normal members of their original species while serving the hidden agenda of their Illithid masters. The psychological warfare applications of partial seromorphosis are limitless. Victims who escape during the early stages of transformation often become unwitting carriers of Illithid influence, spreading telepathic contamination to everyone they encounter. Their partially transformed brains act as psychic beacons, allowing nearby mind flayers to monitor the thoughts and activities of entire communities through a single compromised individual. The creation of Thralls represents another application of Illithid mental mastery that stops short of full transformation. Through sustained exposure to psychic conditioning, victims can be gradually reshaped into willing servants who believe completely in the righteousness of their new masters. This process requires careful balance. Too little pressure and the victim retains enough independence to potentially rebel. Too much and their mind breaks entirely, rendering them useless for complex tasks. Successful thrall creation depends on understanding the psychological profile of each individual victim. The Illithids have developed sophisticated techniques for identifying the mental weaknesses that can be exploited to achieve maximum compliance. Fear, guilt, love, ambition, and despair all serve as entry points for psychic manipulation when properly applied. A mother's love for her children becomes leverage to ensure her cooperation, while a soldier's sense of duty can be redirected toward serving new masters. The most effective thralls are those who never fully realize they have been compromised. Through subtle applications of mental influence, their original motivations and personality traits are gradually redirected toward goals that serve Illithid interests. They continue to believe they are acting according to their own free will, even as every significant decision they make furthers the agenda of their hidden masters. The techniques used in psychic warfare extend beyond individual manipulation to encompass entire populations. Ilithid colonies have developed methods for broadcasting subtle mental influences across wide areas, creating an atmosphere of paranoia, despair, or compliance that softens resistance before a formal invasion begins. These psychic storms can persist for months, gradually wearing down the mental defenses of entire civilizations. The tools and artifacts created to enhance Illithid mental powers represent some of the most disturbing magical items ever conceived. Circlets that amplify telepathic range, crystalline chambers that preserve extracted memories, and neural networks that allow multiple mind flayers to combine their psychic abilities into devastating focused attacks. These devices blur the line between magic and technology, functioning through principles that exist at the intersection of arcane theory and biological horror. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of Illithid mental mastery is the clinical detachment with which they approach their work. They view the destruction of individual consciousness not as murder, but as a form of recycling, transforming chaotic, inefficient individual minds into useful components of their greater collective intelligence. From their perspective, they are performing a service to the universe, bringing order to the chaos of independent thought. The resistance movements that have developed to counter Ilithid mental manipulation often focus on techniques for mental shielding and psychological fortification. These methods range from meditative practices that strengthen mental discipline to magical wards that can deflect telepathic intrusion. However, such defenses require constant vigilance and training, as the Illithids continuously develop new approaches to overcome protective measures. As we examine the full scope of their mental capabilities, we confront the terrifying reality that consciousness itself offers no sanctuary from their predation. The mind, that last bastion of individual identity, becomes merely another territory to be conquered and claimed. In their hands, the very gift that elevates sentient beings above mere animals becomes the instrument of their ultimate subjugation, transformed from the source of freedom into the means of absolute enslavement. Chapter 4. The Underdark Empire. Beneath the familiar world of sunlight and surface civilizations lies a realm of eternal darkness, where the very stones whisper of ancient horrors and forgotten dominions. The Underdark, that vast network of caverns and tunnels that honeycomb the depths of countless worlds, has been shaped by many species across the eons, but none have left their mark upon it more profoundly than the Illithids. Their cities represent the marriage of alien intelligence with living stone, creating architectural nightmares that serve simultaneously as fortresses, temples, and psychological weapons against all who dare to enter their domain. The construction of an Illithid city begins not with the laying of foundation stones or the clearing of building sites, but with the careful selection of naturally occurring caverns that resonate with psychic energy. The Mind Flayers possess an intuitive understanding of the geological forces that concentrate mental power within certain rock formations, seeking out locations where the boundary between the material and psychic planes grows thin. These natural amplification chambers serve as the perfect foundation for settlements designed to enhance and focus the collective consciousness of their inhabitants. Once a suitable location has been identified, the actual construction process defies conventional understanding of architecture and engineering. Rather than carving stone or importing building materials, the Illithids employ their combined psychic abilities to reshape the living rock itself. Through sustained mental pressure applied over months or years, they convince the stone to flow like water, forming organic curves and impossible geometries that no conventional tool could achieve. The resulting structures seem to grow from the earth itself, as if the very bones of the world had been infected with alien dreams. The central feature of every Illithid settlement is the Elder Brain Chamber, a vast spherical cavity lined with phosphorescent neural pathways that pulse with the rhythm of cosmic thought. The chamber housing the Elder Brain represents the heart of the city, connected to every other structure through a network of tunnels that serve as both passages and neural conduits. These connecting passages follow curves and angles that maximize the flow of psychic energy, creating a three-dimensional mandala that focuses mental power toward the central consciousness. Surrounding the Elder Brain Chamber in concentric rings are the various districts that serve the different functions of Illithid society. The inner ring contains the ceremonial halls, where new Illithids undergo their final integration into the collective consciousness, along with the spawning pools, where Ceramorphosis victims complete their transformation. These sacred spaces are carved with intricate patterns that hurt the eyes of non-Illithid observers, their geometry designed to induce disorientation and psychological vulnerability in any outsiders who might penetrate the city's defenses. The residential areas of an Illithid city reflect the unique nature of their society, where individual privacy holds little meaning and collective consciousness shapes every aspect of daily existence. Rather than separate dwellings, the Mind Flayers inhabit interconnected cell-like chambers that allow for easy mental communication while providing the minimal physical privacy required for certain biological functions. These chambers are arranged in clusters based on the specialized roles their inhabitants play within the colony, creating neighborhoods of scholars, warriors, artificers, and other specialists. The architectural style of these residential areas emphasizes curves and flowing forms over angular construction, mirroring the organic nature of neural pathways and brain tissue. Doorways are circular apertures that dilate and contract based on psychic commands, while windows are irregular openings that provide views designed to induce specific emotional and psychological states. The very walls seem to breathe, their surfaces rising and falling in gentle undulations that mirror the rhythm of the elder brain's thought processes. The workshops and laboratories, where Ilithid artificers create their technological marvels, occupy specialized chambers that extend deep into the bedrock surrounding the main city. These areas are heavily shielded both physically and psychically, protecting the rest of the colony from the dangerous experiments conducted within. Here, the boundary between magic and science dissolves entirely as Mind Flayer researchers probe the fundamental nature of consciousness itself, developing new methods for mental manipulation and creating artifacts that blur the line between organic and mechanical construction. The most disturbing aspect of Ilithid urban planning is the integration of slave quarters directly into the city's structure. Unlike the segregated ghettos employed by other species that keep slaves, the Mind Flayers house their thralls within the very walls of their settlements. Tunnels and chambers designed for slave habitation wind throughout the city like blood vessels, ensuring that no area is ever far from a source of fresh minds for consumption. This arrangement serves both practical and psychological purposes, maintaining constant access to mental sustenance while reinforcing the absolute dependence of the slave population on their master's will. The slave quarters themselves represent a masterpiece of psychological architecture designed to break the spirit and maintain absolute compliance. The chambers are sized just large enough for basic survival, but too small for comfort, with irregular shapes that prevent inhabitants from ever feeling truly settled or secure. The walls are carved with subtle patterns that induce feelings of hopelessness and dependency when viewed for extended periods, while the lighting consists of bioluminescent fungi that produce a sickly, disorienting glow. Navigation through an Ilithid city follows principles that challenge conventional understanding of three-dimensional space. The tunnels and passages follow curves that seem to fold back upon themselves, creating impossible geometries that can only be properly traversed by beings capable of psychic perception. Non-telepathic intruders often find themselves walking in circles, as the very architecture conspires to confuse and disorient those who lack the mental keys to unlock its secrets. The defensive systems of these underground fortresses operate on multiple levels, combining physical barriers with psychological warfare in ways that make conventional siege tactics utterly ineffective. The outer approaches to an Ilithid city are protected by zones of psychic disturbance that induce panic, confusion, and hallucinations in approaching enemies. These mental minefields can drive entire armies mad before they ever reach the physical defenses, turning would-be invaders into gibbering wrecks who flee in terror from threats that exist only in their compromised minds. Should attackers somehow overcome these psychological barriers, they face physical defenses that incorporate the same organic principles as the rest of Ilithid architecture. Walls that conceal themselves at a moment's notice, passages that reconfigure to trap invaders, and defensive positions that emerge from seemingly solid stone like the fingers of a grasping hand. The city itself becomes a living weapon, responding to the mental commands of its inhabitants with the fluid adaptability of a biological organism. The water and waste management systems of Ilithid cities demonstrate their mastery over both engineering and biological processes. Rather than relying on conventional plumbing, they employ modified organisms that serve as living pipes and filtration systems. These creatures, bred specifically for their role in city maintenance, process waste materials and purify water supplies, while simultaneously serving as additional sensory organs for the collective consciousness. Every drop of water that flows through the city carries information back to the elder brain, creating a secondary nervous system that monitors the health and activities of all inhabitants. The food production systems within these underground settlements reflect the Illithid's unique dietary requirements and their preference for living cuisine. Specialized chambers serve as breeding facilities for various species deemed suitable for consumption, while others function as laboratories where the mind flayers experiment with methods for enhancing the nutritional and psychic value of their prey. These areas combine the worst aspects of slaughterhouse and research facility, where the screams of test subjects blend with the clinical detachment of scientific observation. Transportation between different levels and districts of an Ilithid city utilizes both mechanical and biological systems that would appear magical to most observers. Platforms that float along predetermined paths, guided by psychic commands rather than physical controls, provide rapid movement for important individuals. For more routine transportation, the cities employ modified creatures that serve as living elevators, their bodies adapted to carry passengers through vertical shafts carved specifically for their anatomy. The communication networks that connect different areas of the city operate through a combination of direct telepathic contact and biological relay systems. Specialized organisms bred for their enhanced neural capacity serve as living amplifiers for psychic signals, allowing messages to travel instantly across vast distances underground. These biological communication nodes are so perfectly integrated into the city's structure that they appear to be mere decorative elements to casual observation, their true function visible only to those capable of perceiving psychic emanations. The marketplace areas where different slave species are evaluated, traded, and prepared for various purposes represent some of the most horrifying spaces within Illithid cities. These chambers combine the atmosphere of livestock markets with the clinical efficiency of processing facilities, where sentient beings are assessed based on the quality of their neural tissue, their resistance to mental manipulation, and their potential usefulness for specific tasks. The casual manner in which these evaluations are conducted, treating conscious beings as mere commodities, demonstrates the complete absence of empathy that characterizes Illithid society. The educational facilities where young Illithids learn to master their abilities occupy chambers designed to enhance and focus psychic development. These spaces incorporate architectural elements that amplify telepathic sensitivity while providing safe environments for practicing dangerous mental techniques. The walls themselves serve as teaching tools, embedded with crystalline formations that store and replay demonstrations of proper psychic application, creating an immersive learning environment where knowledge passes directly from mind to mind. The ceremonial spaces where important colony rituals take place represent the pinnacle of Illithid architectural achievement. These vast chambers combine perfect acoustics with psychic amplification systems that can focus the mental energy of hundreds of participants into unified expressions of collective will. The geometry of these spaces follows mathematical principles derived from the structure of consciousness itself, creating environments where the boundary between individual and collective awareness dissolves entirely. As we explore these underground cities, we witness the physical manifestation of an alien intelligence that has learned to transform the very earth into an extension of its will. Every corridor, every chamber, every decorative element serves multiple purposes within a grand design that prioritizes function over beauty, efficiency over comfort, and collective benefit over individual needs. These cities stand as monuments to the Illithid understanding that architecture can be both shelter and weapon, both home and trap, both sanctuary and prison, depending entirely upon one's position within their carefully ordered hierarchy. The legacy of these underground empires extends far beyond their physical presence, influencing the development of the Underdark itself in ways that continue to shape subterranean civilization long after specific colonies have been abandoned or destroyed. The psychic resonances embedded within their architecture persist for centuries, creating zones of mental disturbance that affect all subsequent inhabitants and ensuring that the influence of the mind flayers endures even when their physical presence has been removed from a location. Chapter 5. Slaves and Thralls. Freedom is a treasure whose true value becomes apparent only in its absence. Yet for countless millions across the multiverse, the very concept of autonomous will exists only as a distant memory, crushed beneath the psychic weight of Ilithid domination. The empire of the Mind Flayers was built not upon conquered territory or accumulated wealth, but upon the broken spirits and enslaved minds of entire civilizations. In the depths of their underground cities, a grotesque menagerie of once proud species served their aberrant masters, their bodies preserved, but their souls systematically harvested, until nothing remained but hollow vessels programmed for obedience. The Duergar, those gray-skinned descendants of dwarven stock, represent perhaps the most tragic example of a species shaped by generations of Ilithid manipulation. Originally captured during the early expansion of the Mind Flayer Empire, these dwarves were subjected to centuries of selective breeding and psychological conditioning that transformed them from proud craftsmen into the perfect servants of alien will. Their natural resistance to magic made them ideal subjects for experiments in non-magical forms of mental control, leading to the development of techniques that could break even the most stubborn spirits without resorting to overtly supernatural means. The process by which the Duergar were transformed from free beings into willing slaves demonstrates the terrifying patience and methodical approach that characterizes Ilithid domination strategies. Rather than simply overwhelming their captives with psychic force, the Mind Flayers carefully studied dwarven psychology, identifying the cultural values and personal attachments that could be exploited to achieve maximum compliance. Honor, family loyalty, and craftsmanship pride were systematically corrupted, twisted into chains that bound the Duergar more securely than any physical restraint. Over successive generations, the Illithids implemented selective breeding programs designed to enhance the traits they found most useful while suppressing characteristics that might foster rebellion. Duergar, who displayed exceptional obedience, were rewarded with better living conditions and breeding privileges, while those who showed signs of independence were subjected to increasingly harsh psychological conditioning or eliminated entirely. This artificial selection process gradually produced a subspecies that was naturally predisposed towards servitude, their very genetics altered to support the mental architecture of slavery. The Quaggoth, those savage bear-like humanoids that prowl the deeper tunnels of the Underdark, serve a different but equally important function within the Ilithid slave hierarchy. Where the Duergar were valued for their craftsmanship and technical skills, the Quaggoth were prized for their physical prowess and natural aggression. The Mind Flayers learned to channel this violence into useful directions, creating living weapons that could be deployed against enemies while remaining completely loyal to their psychic masters. The domestication of the Quaggoth required different techniques than those used on more civilized species. Their primitive minds were less susceptible to complex psychological manipulation, but more vulnerable to direct psychic domination. Ilithid handlers learned to implant basic command structures directly into their neural pathways, creating behavioral patterns that could be triggered by specific telepathic signals. A single Mind Flayer could control dozens of Quaggoth warriors simultaneously, directing them in battle with the precision of a master puppeteer. The breeding programs established for the Quaggoth focused on enhancing their natural ferocity while suppressing their capacity for independent thought. Specimens that displayed too much intelligence were culled from the breeding population, while those that showed perfect obedience, combined with maximum aggression, were encouraged to reproduce. Over time, this selective pressure created strains of Quaggoth that were essentially living weapons, capable of devastating violence, but incapable of conceiving rebellion against their masters. Among the most pitiful of the Illithid slave species are the Grimlocks, humans who have been so thoroughly broken by captivity that they have lost not only their freedom but their very humanity. These pale, eyeless creatures represent the end result of the most extreme forms of Ilithid conditioning, where every aspect of individual identity has been systematically erased and replaced with programmed responses designed to serve their master's needs. The creation of Grimlocks begins with the capture of human communities, usually isolated settlements that can disappear without attracting unwanted attention from larger civilizations. The captives are immediately subjected to sensory deprivation techniques that break down their psychological defenses, kept in absolute darkness while being bombarded with telepathic conditioning that gradually erases their memories, language, and cultural identity. This process typically takes several years to complete, during which the subjects are sustained at barely subsistence levels to weaken their physical resistance along with their mental fortitude. As the conditioning progresses, the captives' eyes atrophy from disuse, while their other senses become unnaturally acute, adapted to serve the specific needs of their Ilithid masters. Their capacity for speech is systematically suppressed until they can communicate only through crude gestures and primitive vocalizations, while their higher cognitive functions are gradually replaced with simple behavioral programs that govern their daily activities. The final result is a creature that retains the basic physical form of humanity while possessing the mental capacity of a trained animal. The Grimlocks serve numerous functions within Ilithid society, from basic labor and maintenance tasks to serving as living sensors in the tunnel network surrounding their cities. Their enhanced hearing and tactile sensitivity make them ideal for detecting the approach of potential threats, while their complete dependence on their masters ensures absolute loyalty. Most tragically, their human heritage makes them suitable subjects for seramorphosis when fresh Ilithid recruits are needed, their broken minds offering no resistance to the parasitic larvae that will complete their transformation. The slave markets of Ilithid cities represent some of the most horrifying examples of sentient beings reduced to the status of commodities. These vast chambers serve as evaluation centers where newly captured victims are assessed for their potential usefulness, sorted into categories based on their mental resistance, physical capabilities, and species-specific traits. The clinical efficiency with which these evaluations are conducted reveals the complete absence of empathy that characterizes Ilithid society, treating conscious beings as mere resources to be allocated for maximum utility. The evaluation process begins with detailed telepathic scans designed to map the neural patterns and psychological profile of each subject. Ilithid assessors probe for mental weaknesses that can be exploited during conditioning, identify useful skills or knowledge that might benefit the colony, and determine the optimal methods for breaking down individual resistance. This information is then used to assign each slave to the most appropriate role within the colony's hierarchy, whether as laborers, breeding stock, experimental subjects, or candidates for seramorphosis. The pricing systems used in these markets reflect the complex calculations that govern Ilithid economic thinking. Slaves with rare magical abilities command premium prices, while those with useful crafting skills are valued for their potential contribution to colony infrastructure. Physical strength and endurance influence the market value of laborers, while reproductive capacity affects the pricing of breeding stock. Most expensive of all are subjects deemed suitable for seramorphosis, whose high-quality neural tissue and psychological profile make them ideal candidates for transformation into new Ilithids. The breeding facilities where slave populations are maintained and expanded represent perhaps the most systematically evil aspect of Ilithid civilization. These vast complexes combine the worst aspects of factory farming with the clinical detachment of scientific research, treating sentient beings as livestock while conducting experiments designed to optimize their usefulness for specific purposes. The conditions within these facilities are carefully calibrated to maintain physical health while suppressing any spark of hope or resistance that might interfere with their docility. The genetic manipulation programs conducted within these breeding facilities demonstrate the Ilithid's sophisticated understanding of heredity and selective pressure. Different slave species are bred for different traits, with careful attention paid to maintaining the characteristics that make them useful while eliminating those that might pose security risks. Intelligence levels are carefully controlled, kept high enough to perform assigned tasks, but low enough to prevent the formation of rebellion plans or escape attempts. Crossbreeding experiments between different slave species have produced hybrid populations specifically designed to combine the most useful traits of their parent races. These artificial species often display enhanced loyalty to their Ilithid masters, their mixed heritage creating psychological confusion that makes resistance more difficult to organize. The most successful of these hybrid programs have created entirely new subspecies that exist nowhere else in the multiverse, living testament to the Ilithid's ability to reshape life itself according to their needs. The conditioning techniques used to maintain control over slave populations operate on multiple levels, combining physical deprivation with psychological manipulation and strategic application of rewards and punishments. The most effective programs create artificial dependencies that make slaves genuinely grateful for even minimal improvements in their conditions, fostering a twisted form of loyalty based on relief rather than genuine affection. This psychological Stockholm syndrome becomes so deeply ingrained that many slaves will actively resist rescue attempts, viewing their liberators as threats to the only stability they have ever known. The role of slave overseers within this system adds additional layers of tragedy to an already horrific situation. The Illithids have learned that slaves can be more effectively controlled by members of their own species who have been granted limited authority over their peers. These overseers, typically chosen for their willingness to collaborate or their susceptibility to specific forms of psychological manipulation, become willing participants in the oppression of their own people in exchange for marginally better treatment. The training programs designed to prepare slaves for specific roles within Illithid society demonstrate the same methodical efficiency that characterizes all aspects of Mind Flayer civilization. Each type of slave receives conditioning tailored to their intended function, with behavioral modification techniques designed to maximize performance while minimizing the risk of rebellion. The most sophisticated programs create multiple layers of conditioning that serve as backup systems, ensuring that even if one form of control fails, others will maintain the subject's obedience. Among the most heartbreaking stories to emerge from the slave quarters are those of individuals who manage to retain fragments of their original identity, despite years of conditioning. These rare souls, whether through exceptional mental strength, magical protection, or simple luck, maintained hidden cores of resistance that allowed them to remember who they had been before their capture. Their secret preservation of memory, hope, and identity represents the ultimate triumph of consciousness over oppression, even when such victories could never be openly expressed. The escape attempts that occasionally occur within Illithid slave facilities reveal both the desperate courage of those who refuse to accept their fate and the sophisticated security measures designed to prevent such rebellion. The psychological conditioning that most slaves undergo makes escape attempts rare, but when they do occur, they often involve elaborate planning that must be conducted entirely through subtle gestures and coded communications that will not trigger the telepathic monitoring systems that permeate every aspect of colony life. The recapture protocols implemented when slaves do manage to escape demonstrate the value that Illithids place on their human resources. Specialized hunting parties employ both physical tracking techniques and psychic location methods to pursue escapees, often following their mental signatures across vast distances underground. The punishments inflicted on recaptured slaves serve both as deterrent to others and as valuable research opportunities for developing more effective conditioning techniques. As we contemplate the vast scope of suffering encompassed by the Illithid slave system, we confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of freedom and the resilience of consciousness under extreme oppression. The millions of beings who lived and died in these underground facilities represent more than mere statistics of conquest. They embody the eternal struggle between the desire for autonomy and the forces that seek to extinguish individual will. Their stories remind us that even in the darkest circumstances, the spark of consciousness that defines sentient life continues to flicker, waiting for the opportunity to burst into the flame of liberation. Chapter 6. The Gith Rebellion. Revolution is born, not from desperation alone, but from the rare convergence of suffering and hope, where the unbearable weight of oppression meets the extraordinary vision of one who dares to imagine freedom. For countless millennia, the Ilithid Empire seemed as eternal and immutable as the stars themselves, its dominion over the minds of lesser beings, so complete that the very concept of resistance appeared to be nothing more than the fevered dream of the mad. Yet within the breeding pens and slave quarters of their underground cities, a new form of consciousness was evolving, one that would ultimately prove immune to the psychic chains that bound all other sentient life to servitude. The species that would come to be known as the Gith began their existence as perhaps the most prized possessions in the Ilithid menagerie of slaves. Originally humanoid in form, they possessed a unique combination of intelligence, physical resilience, and latent psychic ability that made them ideal subjects for a wide variety of purposes within Mind Flayer society. Their keen intellect made them valuable as administrators and technical specialists, while their natural mental discipline allowed them to resist the more crude forms of psychic domination, requiring the Illithids to develop sophisticated conditioning techniques to maintain control over them. For generations beyond counting, the Proto-Gith served their aberrant masters with the same broken compliance that characterized all slave species within the Empire. They labored in the workshops and laboratories, served as overseers for lesser slaves, and provided the intellectual foundation that supported much of Ilithid technological advancement. Their superior mental capabilities made them particularly valuable as intermediaries between the Mind Flayers and their other servants, translating the alien concepts of their masters into forms that more primitive species could understand and implement. Yet even as they served with apparent loyalty, something fundamental was changing within the collective consciousness of the Gith people. The same mental discipline that made them valuable to their masters also provided them with unique protection against the deepest forms of psychological conditioning. While their bodies remained enslaved and their actions controlled, small kernels of independent thought continued to exist within the heavily guarded recesses of their minds, carefully hidden from the telepathic scans that monitored all slave activity. These fragments of free consciousness, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms, gradually began to coalesce into something more substantial. The Gith developed subtle techniques for mental shielding that allowed them to maintain private thoughts even under direct psychic examination. They learned to communicate through methods that bypassed telepathic detection, using micro-expressions, carefully modulated breathing patterns, and ritualized gestures that appeared to be nothing more than nervous habits to their Illithid overseers. The development of these resistance techniques was necessarily slow and cautious, as discovery would mean not just death, but the complete obliteration of any progress made toward mental freedom. Each generation of Gith slaves had to rediscover the methods of their predecessors, while adding their own innovations, building upon a foundation of resistance that grew stronger with each passing century. The accumulated knowledge of these mental warriors was preserved through careful oral traditions, disguised as religious practices and work songs that their masters dismissed as primitive cultural remnants. The birth of the individual known as Gith marked a turning point in this long evolution toward freedom. Born into slavery like countless generations before her, she possessed an unusually powerful combination of natural psychic ability and indomitable will that allowed her to push the boundaries of mental resistance far beyond what any of her predecessors had achieved. Even as a child, she demonstrated an uncanny ability to shield her thoughts from telepathic intrusion while maintaining the appearance of complete compliance with her master's demands. As Gith matured within the slave systems of her colony, she began to recognize patterns in Illithid behavior and psychology that had previously gone unnoticed. She observed that the Mind Flayer's greatest strength, their collective consciousness, might also represent their greatest vulnerability. Their reliance on the unity of thought that characterized their species made them poorly equipped to deal with truly independent resistance, as they had never needed to develop countermeasures against forms of opposition that operated outside their understanding of mental hierarchy. The early stages of what would become the Great Rebellion began with Gith's careful recruitment of individuals who displayed the same unusual resistance to psychic domination that she herself possessed. This process required extraordinary patience and caution, as a single mistake in evaluation could expose the entire nascent movement to discovery and destruction. Each potential recruit had to be observed for months or even years, their reactions to various forms of mental pressure carefully evaluated before any attempt at contact could be safely made. The methods Gith developed for identifying compatible minds became legendary among those who joined her cause. She learned to recognize the subtle signs of internal resistance that even the subjects themselves might not be aware they possessed, micro-expressions that betrayed hidden thoughts, behavioral patterns that suggested suppressed rebellion, and most importantly, the particular form of mental signature that indicated natural immunity to certain types of psychic manipulation. Once identified, potential recruits underwent a careful process of awakening that gradually revealed to them the true nature of their mental capabilities. This training combined meditation techniques borrowed from ancient traditions with entirely new methods of consciousness manipulation that Gith developed through trial and experimentation. The most crucial aspect of this education was learning to maintain multiple levels of consciousness simultaneously, presenting a compliant slave personality to their masters, while nurturing the growing flame of rebellion within carefully shielded mental chambers. The organizational structure that emerged from these early recruitment efforts reflected both the necessity of absolute secrecy and Gith's intuitive understanding of how to build effective resistance networks. Rather than creating a traditional hierarchical command structure that could be compromised if any single member was discovered, she established a cell-based system where individual groups operated independently, while maintaining limited contact with the broader movement through carefully managed intermediaries. Each cell was responsible for specific aspects of the rebellion's preparation, from gathering intelligence about Ilithid defenses to developing new techniques for mental shielding and psychic attack. The division of labor ensured that no single group possessed enough information to compromise the entire operation if discovered, while the specialization allowed each team to develop expertise in their particular area of responsibility. The intelligence-gathering operations conducted by these rebel cells revealed crucial weaknesses in Ilithid security that had never been exploited by previous resistance attempts. The Mind Flayers' absolute confidence in their psychic dominance had made them complacent about physical security measures, assuming that mental control was sufficient to prevent any meaningful rebellion. This overconfidence created opportunities for careful observers to learn about the layout of colony defenses, the schedules of important personnel, and most critically, the location and protection protocols surrounding the Elder Brain chambers. Perhaps the most significant breakthrough achieved by Gith's intelligence network was the discovery that Elder Brains, despite their vast mental power, possessed certain predictable patterns in their thought processes that could potentially be exploited. The collective consciousness that made them so formidable also made them somewhat inflexible when confronting truly novel threats, as their responses were necessarily filtered through the accumulated experience of all the minds that comprised their being. The development of offensive psychic techniques represented another crucial component of the rebellion's preparation. Traditional methods of mental shielding were insufficient for the kind of coordinated assault that would be necessary to overcome Ilithid defenses. Gith and her followers had to create entirely new forms of psychic warfare that could penetrate the mental barriers protecting their enemies while remaining undetectable until the moment of attack. These offensive techniques drew upon the same principles that the Illithids themselves used for mental domination, but applied them in ways that their creators had never anticipated being used against them. The rebels learned to create focused bursts of psychic energy that could overwhelm individual mind flayers, disrupt the neural networks connecting them to their elder brain, and most devastatingly, introduce chaotic thoughts into the collective consciousness that could cascade through the entire colony like a mental virus. The timing of the Great Rebellion was carefully coordinated to maximize its impact across multiple colonies simultaneously. Gith understood that isolated uprisings would be crushed before they could spread, but a coordinated assault across the entire empire would create chaos that might provide the opportunity for lasting victory. The signal for the uprising was transmitted through the same psychic networks that the Illithids used for communication, hidden within routine telepathic traffic in ways that would only be recognized by prepared rebel cells. When the rebellion finally erupted, its violence and coordination caught the Illithid Empire completely unprepared. Slaves who had served with apparent loyalty for generations suddenly revealed themselves as trained psychic warriors, their minds shielded from retaliation and their actions coordinated with military precision. The first wave of attacks focused on disrupting the neural networks that connected individual colonies to their elder brains, severing the psychic links that allowed the collective consciousness to coordinate defensive responses. The battles that raged within the underground cities during the rebellion defied conventional understanding of warfare, as much of the conflict took place on mental rather than physical battlefields. Rebel psychics engaged in direct psychic combat with their former masters, their minds locked in struggles where defeat meant not just death but complete obliteration of consciousness. The intensity of these mental conflicts created psychic storms that could be felt across vast distances, disrupting magical phenomena and driving sensitive individuals mad with their chaotic emanations. The assault on the Elder Brain Chambers represented the most crucial and dangerous phase of the rebellion. These attacks required rebel forces to penetrate the most heavily defended areas of each colony while maintaining the psychic focus necessary to overcome beings of virtually unlimited mental power. The battles for these central chambers often lasted for days, with the outcome balanced on the edge of catastrophe as the fate of entire colonies hung in the balance. The ultimate success of the rebellion came not through the complete destruction of the Ilithid Empire, but through the systematic disruption of the psychic networks that held it together. As Elder Brain after Elder Brain fell to rebel assault, the collective consciousness that had unified Mind Flayer civilization began to fragment into isolated colonies that could no longer coordinate their responses effectively. The empire that had seemed eternal and invincible crumbled, not through external conquest, but through internal revolution. The liberation of the slave species marked both the greatest triumph of the rebellion and the beginning of new challenges that would shape the future of all those freed from Ilithid bondage. Generations of conditioning could not be overcome overnight, and many former slaves found themselves psychologically unprepared for the responsibilities and uncertainties that came with freedom. The rebel leadership faced the enormous task of helping entire populations rediscover their capacity for independent thought, while building new societies from the ruins of the fallen empire. The aftermath of the Great Rebellion saw the emergence of two distinct philosophies among the liberated Gith regarding how to use their hard-won freedom. Some believed that their primary responsibility was to hunt down the remaining Ilithid colonies and ensure that such an empire could never rise again, while others argued that their energies should be focused on exploration and the establishment of new civilizations far from the scenes of their former bondage. This philosophical division ultimately led to the splitting of the Gith people into two separate subspecies, each pursuing their own vision of what liberation should mean. The Githyanki, followers of the warrior philosophy, dedicated themselves to the eternal hunt for surviving mind flayers, while the Githzerai embraced a more contemplative path, focused on mental discipline and spiritual development. Both groups carried within their culture the hard-earned wisdom of resistance, ensuring that the techniques developed during their rebellion would never be lost. As we reflect upon this epoch-defining uprising, we see how the impossible can become inevitable when suffering reaches its absolute limit and meets the extraordinary courage of those willing to risk everything for freedom. The Gith rebellion stands as testament to the indomitable nature of consciousness itself, proving that no form of oppression, no matter how total or sophisticated, can permanently extinguish the spark of independence that defines sentient life. In their victory, we find hope that even the darkest tyrannies contain within themselves the seeds of their own destruction. Chapter 7. Scattered Colonies. Pride, they say, goes before the fall, but for the Ilithids, their greatest tragedy was not the magnitude of their defeat, but the incomprehensibility of it. For beings who had transcended individual consciousness to achieve perfect collective understanding, the notion that lesser minds could organize effective resistance was literally unthinkable. When the Gith rebellion shattered their empire like glass struck by a hammer, the surviving mind flayers found themselves confronting not merely military defeat, but an existential crisis that challenged the very foundations of their identity as the rightful masters of all consciousness. The immediate aftermath of the Great Rebellion left the once mighty Ilithid Empire in ruins, its vast underground cities either destroyed or abandoned, its carefully cultivated slave populations liberated or scattered, and most catastrophically, its network of elder brains severed or destroyed. Those colonies that survived the initial uprising found themselves isolated islands of aberrant consciousness in a multiverse that had suddenly become hostile to their very existence. The collective harmony that had defined their civilization for millennia was replaced by a chaotic cacophony of individual thoughts as isolated groups struggled to comprehend their new reality. The psychological impact of this sudden isolation cannot be overstated for a species that had evolved beyond the concept of individual identity. Ilithids, who had never experienced true loneliness, found themselves cut off from the comforting presence of the collective consciousness, forced to rely on their own limited perspective in ways that their psychology was never designed to handle. Many simply ceased to function entirely, their minds unable to process the concept of existing without the constant guidance and support of the elder brain's omniscient wisdom. Those colonies that retained functional elder brains faced their own unique challenges as they struggled to adapt to a reality where they were no longer the undisputed masters of the multiverse. The collective consciousness that had once coordinated the actions of thousands of colonies across multiple planes now found itself responsible for the survival of perhaps a dozen scattered outposts, each desperately seeking guidance for problems that had never before existed in their experience. The first priority for these surviving colonies was simple survival in a multiverse that had suddenly become filled with enemies. The liberated slave races, drunk on their newfound freedom and burning with justified hatred for their former masters, launched systematic campaigns to hunt down and destroy every remaining Ilithid settlement they could find. Former servants who had once trembled at the mere thought of resistance now wielded weapons and magic against their erstwhile oppressors with a ferocity born of generations of suppressed rage. The Githyanki, in particular, proved to be implacable hunters whose entire culture became dedicated to the systematic extermination of Mind Flayer civilization. Their intimate knowledge of Ilithid psychology and tactics, gained through centuries of bondage, made them uniquely effective at penetrating the defenses and uncovering the hidden refuges where surviving colonies attempted to rebuild. The silver swords they wielded could sever the psychic connections that bound Ilithid society together, making them weapons of existential terror for a species whose greatest fear was the isolation of individual consciousness. Faced with such relentless persecution, the surviving Ilithids were forced to abandon the grand architectural projects and vast underground cities that had characterized their golden age. Instead, they learned to construct smaller, more easily concealed settlements that could be abandoned quickly if discovery seemed imminent. These new colonies bore little resemblance to the magnificent brain cities of their imperial past, consisting instead of hastily carved chambers connected by narrow tunnels that offered multiple escape routes. The reduced scale of these new settlements created unprecedented challenges for Ilithid society. Elder brains that had once commanded populations of thousands now found themselves responsible for dozens of individuals, their vast intellects suddenly constrained by the limited resources and reduced psychic network available to them. The careful specialization that had allowed their empire to achieve such technological and magical sophistication became impossible when every member of the colony had to be capable of multiple roles simply to ensure survival. The breeding programs that had once supplied fresh minds for consumption and transformation became logistical nightmares in the new reality of constant hiding and mobility. The elaborate facilities required for maintaining large slave populations were impossible to construct and defend in the smaller, more vulnerable colonies. The Ilithids found themselves forced to rely on raiding and opportunistic captures rather than the systematic harvesting that had sustained their empire, leading to chronic shortages of the neural sustenance they required for both physical and psychological well-being. These nutritional challenges forced many colonies to explore alternative feeding methods that their imperial predecessors would have considered beneath their dignity. Some groups learned to subsist on the brains of non-sentient creatures, though this diet provided neither the psychic nourishment nor the intellectual stimulation that they craved. Others developed techniques for extracting and preserving neural tissue, creating stores of preserved brains that could sustain them during periods when fresh prey was unavailable. The technological regression imposed by their reduced circumstances proved particularly devastating for a species that had achieved such advanced mastery over the intersection of magic and science. The great laboratories and workshops that had produced their most sophisticated artifacts were impossible to recreate in the cramped confines of hidden refuges. The accumulated knowledge of millennia remained intact within the memories of elder brains, but the practical application of that knowledge became severely limited by the constraints of their new reality. The communication networks that had once linked all Ilithid colonies across the multiverse became another casualty of their dispersal. The psychic relay systems that had allowed instantaneous coordination between distant settlements required massive infrastructure and careful maintenance that was impossible to sustain while hiding from vengeful enemies. Individual colonies found themselves cut off not only from central coordination, but from any knowledge of whether other settlements had survived the rebellion. This isolation forced each surviving colony to develop its own strategies for long-term survival, leading to a diversity of approaches that would have been impossible under the unified direction of the imperial system. Some groups focused on remaining completely hidden, using their psychic abilities to avoid detection while slowly rebuilding their strength in deep underground sanctuaries. Others adopted more aggressive tactics, attempting to establish new slave populations through rapid conquest of isolated communities. A few colonies experimented with entirely new approaches to interaction with surface civilizations, abandoning the traditional policy of open domination in favor of subtle infiltration and gradual influence. These groups learned to work through intermediaries and puppets, building networks of unwitting agents who served Ilithid interests without ever realizing they were being manipulated. This approach required far more patience than their imperial predecessors had ever needed to exercise, but it offered the possibility of rebuilding influence without triggering the massive resistance movements that direct conquest had provoked. The psychological adaptation required for these new survival strategies challenged fundamental aspects of Ilithid identity and self-perception. A species that had defined itself as the rightful masters of all consciousness was forced to accept roles as parasites and manipulators, working from the shadows rather than ruling openly. The cognitive dissonance created by this adjustment drove some individuals to madness, their minds unable to reconcile their ingrained sense of superiority with the reality of their fugitive status. The elder brains faced their own unique struggles in adapting to the reduced circumstances of survival. Entities that had once possessed omniscient awareness of vast territories found their perception limited to the narrow confines of hidden colonies. The collective consciousness that had once encompassed thousands of minds was reduced to dozens, creating an intellectual isolation that was perhaps even more painful than physical exile. Some elder brains responded to these challenges by becoming increasingly paranoid and controlling, micromanaging every aspect of their colony's activities in desperate attempts to prevent the kind of internal rebellion that had destroyed their empire. Others retreated into contemplative isolation, spending their time analyzing the philosophical implications of their defeat while leaving practical survival concerns to their subordinates. The most adaptable elder brains recognized that survival required fundamental changes in their approach to civilization and consciousness. These entities began experimenting with new forms of collective organization that incorporated lessons learned from their defeat, developing more flexible hierarchies that could respond quickly to changing circumstances while maintaining the psychic unity that defined their species. The process of establishing new colonies in suitable locations became an exercise in careful reconnaissance and strategic planning that bore little resemblance to the confident expansion of their imperial period. Potential sites had to be evaluated, not only for their psychic resonance and defensive capabilities, but for their concealment from the various groups that continued to hunt surviving Ilithids. The perfect location might be abandoned if intelligence suggested that Githyanki patrol routes passed too close, or if local surface populations showed signs of awareness regarding underground activity. The recruitment of new slaves and thralls required similarly cautious approaches that emphasized stealth and misdirection over the direct assault tactics that had served them well in the past. Small groups of mind flayers learned to pose as other species or work through intermediaries to identify and capture suitable targets without revealing their true nature. These operations often took months of careful planning and preparation, a stark contrast to the massive slave raids that had once swept entire regions clear of sentient life. The training and indoctrination of new slaves also required modifications to account for the changed realities of Ilithid society. The elaborate conditioning programs that had created perfectly obedient servants were impossible to implement in the makeshift facilities of hidden colonies. Instead, the mind flayers developed faster, more brutal techniques that prioritized immediate compliance over the long-term psychological conditioning that had characterized their imperial methods. The development of new defensive strategies became crucial for colonies that might face discovery at any moment. Traditional Ilithid defenses had relied heavily on the assumption that attackers would be primitive beings easily overwhelmed by psychic assault. The Githyanki and other liberated races required entirely different countermeasures, as their mental disciplines made them largely immune to conventional telepathic attacks, while their knowledge of Ilithid psychology allowed them to anticipate and counter many traditional defensive measures. Some colonies experimented with abandoning permanent settlements entirely, becoming nomadic groups that moved constantly through the underground networks of the Underdark. These mobile communities developed techniques for rapid deployment and withdrawal, learning to establish temporary bases that could be abandoned within hours if necessary. While this approach offered superior security against discovery, it made the maintenance of elder brain chambers extremely difficult and prevented the kind of long-term planning that had characterized their imperial civilization. The cultural changes imposed by their fugitive status gradually began to reshape Ilish society in ways that would have been unthinkable during their period of dominance. The absolute hierarchy that had characterized their empire gave way to more flexible structures that emphasized individual initiative and adaptability. Mind flayers who had never been required to think independently were forced to develop decision-making skills that allowed them to respond quickly to changing circumstances without waiting for guidance from their elder brain. As we trace the paths of these scattered colonies through the centuries following their great defeat, we witness the remarkable adaptability of a species that refused to accept extinction, despite the overwhelming odds against their survival. Their transformation from masters to fugitives represents one of the most dramatic reversals of fortune in the history of the multiverse, yet their persistence in the face of such adversity demonstrates the fundamental strength of consciousness itself, even in its most alien and aberrant forms. Chapter 8. Nautiloid Terror. The void between worlds has always been a realm of infinite possibility and absolute terror, where the familiar laws of physics bend to accommodate forces beyond mortal comprehension. Yet even in this realm of cosmic horror, few sights inspire such primal fear as the approach of an Ilithid Nautiloid, its organic hull pulsing with alien life as it drifts silently through the astral currents like a predator seeking prey. These living vessels represent the perfect fusion of Ilithid biotechnology and their insatiable hunger for conquest, transforming the very concept of exploration into an exercise in systematic predation across the infinite expanse of the multiverse. The Nautiloid ships bear a disturbing resemblance to the massive nautilus creatures that inhabit certain primordial oceans, their spiral shells and flowing tentacles adapted for survival in the harsh environment of interplanar space rather than aquatic depths. Yet where nature's nautiloids are simple creatures driven by instinct, these aberrant vessels possess a malevolent intelligence that stems from their hybrid nature as both construct and living organism. Each ship represents a masterpiece of bioengineering that challenges conventional understanding of what constitutes life versus technology. The creation of a nautiloid begins with the capture and transformation of massive sea creatures whose natural spiral shells provide the basic framework for the ship's hull. Through techniques that blur the line between magic and science, Ilithid artificers gradually replaced the creature's biological systems with specialized organs designed for space travel while preserving its essential life force. The process takes years to complete and requires the constant attention of multiple elder brains working in coordination, as the delicate balance between organic function and mechanical purpose must be maintained throughout the transformation. The hull of a completed Nautiloid pulses with the rhythmic contractions of a living heart, its surface rippling with waves of bioluminescent patterns that serve both as communication systems and navigation aids. The spiral chambers that characterize the vessel's interior follow mathematical principles derived from the structure of consciousness itself, creating spaces that amplify psychic energy while providing the specialized environments required for different aspects of ship operation. These chambers can be reconfigured at will through mental commands, allowing the vessel to adapt its internal layout to accommodate changing mission requirements. The propulsion system that drives these vessels through the void operates on principles that defy conventional understanding of space travel. Rather than relying on mechanical engines or magical levitation, Nautiloids move through the direct application of psychic force channeled through specialized neural networks integrated into their living hull. The ship's consciousness, a hybrid entity that combines aspects of its original creature nature with Ilithid modifications, can manipulate local space-time fields to achieve velocities that would be impossible for conventional vessels. This psychic propulsion system allows Nautiloids to travel not only between planets within a single crystal sphere, but across the dimensional barriers that separate different planes of existence. The ships can phase in and out of various dimensional layers, using the far realm as a shortcut between distant locations while avoiding the normal constraints of physical space. This capability makes them nearly impossible to intercept or pursue, as they can simply shift into dimensions where conventional vessels cannot follow. The navigation systems employed by these living ships represent perhaps the most sophisticated achievement of Ilithid biotechnology. Rather than relying on stars or magical compasses, Nautiloids navigate by sensing the psychic emanations of conscious minds across vast distances. Each inhabited world creates a distinctive mental signature based on the collective consciousness of its sentient populations, allowing the ships to locate potential targets from incredible distances while remaining completely undetected by conventional means. The crew complement of a typical Nautiloid reflects the specialized requirements of interplanar travel and conquest operations. The ship's commander, always a senior Ilithid with extensive experience in both psychic manipulation and military tactics, maintains direct mental contact with the vessel's consciousness throughout the journey. This symbiotic relationship allows for instantaneous response to changing conditions, while ensuring that the ship's alien intelligence remains focused on its mission objectives, rather than pursuing its own mysterious agenda. Supporting the commander are specialized crew members responsible for different aspects of ship operation and mission execution. Navigation specialists maintain the psychic connection with distant worlds, while monitoring the dimensional currents that determine optimal travel routes. Tactical coordinators plan and execute the complex assault operations that characterize most Nautiloid missions, while technical specialists maintain the delicate balance of biological and mechanical systems that keep the ship functioning in the hostile environment of interplanar space. The weapons systems integrated into Nautiloid vessels reflect the same biotechnological principles that govern their construction and operation. Rather than conventional cannons or magical bombardment devices, these ships employ weapons that project concentrated psychic energy across space to attack the minds of their targets directly. These mental assaults can incapacitate entire crews without damaging valuable ship hulls or cargo, allowing the Ilithids to capture vessels intact for later study or conversion. The most feared of these weapons is the neural disruptor, a massive organ located in the ship's forward section that can project waves of consciousness-disrupting energy across incredible distances. When activated, this weapon creates fields of psychic interference that can drive entire populations mad, making resistance to subsequent invasion attempts virtually impossible. The psychological effects of these attacks often persist long after the Nautiloids have departed, leaving permanent damage to the collective mental health of target civilizations. The boarding protocols employed by Nautiloid crews have been refined through centuries of experience in capturing vessels and populations from dozens of different species and technological backgrounds. The ships can extend flexible tunnels that create hermetic seals with target vessels, allowing boarding parties to enter without requiring the complex airlocks and environmental systems that limit conventional space combat. These biological conduits can adapt to almost any ship design, making resistance based on technological incompatibility futile. The composition of Nautiloid boarding parties reflects the specific objectives of each mission, with different specialist roles assigned based on intelligence gathered during the approach phase. Rapid assault teams focus on neutralizing armed resistance, while preservation specialists work to capture valuable individuals alive for later processing. Technical analysis crews examine the target vessel's systems and cargo, while psychological warfare specialists work to break the morale of any remaining defenders. The cargo holds of these vessels represent some of the most horrifying spaces ever conceived, designed to house captured sentients during the long journeys between worlds, while maintaining their mental and physical condition for later use. These chambers combine the worst aspects of prison cells and laboratory holding facilities with environmental controls that can be adjusted to accommodate different species while preventing escape or rebellion. The psychological impact of confinement in these spaces often completes the mental breakdown that began during the initial assault. The processing facilities integrated into larger nautiloids allow crews to begin the conversion of captured sentients into useful forms even before returning to their home colonies. Mobile ceremorphosis chambers can transform selected captives into new Ilithids during extended voyages, while specialized conditioning systems begin the psychological preparation of future slaves. These onboard facilities make long-range raiding missions largely self-sufficient, allowing single ships to operate independently for months or even years. The intelligence-gathering capabilities of Nautiloid vessels extend far beyond their primary mission of capturing sentience and resources. These ships serve as the primary means by which scattered Ilithid colonies maintain awareness of developments across the multiverse, collecting information about potential threats, opportunities, and changes in the political landscape of various worlds. The psychic sensors that enable their navigation also provide detailed intelligence about the technological capabilities, social structures, and military preparedness of target civilizations. The communication systems that connect Nautiloids to their home colonies operate through quantum-entangled neural networks that maintain instantaneous contact across any distance. These biological communication devices allow ships to report their findings and receive new orders without relying on conventional magical or technological methods that might be intercepted or disrupted by enemies. The psychic nature of these communications makes them virtually impossible to detect or decode by non-Ilithid intelligences. The maintenance and repair systems built into Nautiloid vessels reflect their living nature, with specialized regenerative organs that can heal damage to the ship's hull and internal systems over time. Unlike conventional vessels that require dry dock facilities and skilled technicians for major repairs, Nautiloids can heal from even severe damage, given sufficient time and proper nourishment. This self-repair capability makes them nearly impossible to permanently disable through conventional combat tactics. The feeding requirements of these living ships represent one of the most disturbing aspects of their operation. While they can derive basic energy from cosmic radiation and dimensional flux, Nautiloids require regular consumption of neural tissue to maintain their hybrid biological systems. This necessity drives much of their raiding behavior, as ships must continuously hunt for fresh brains to feed both their crew and their own organic components. The psychological warfare potential of Nautiloid appearances has not been lost on their Ilithid operators, who deliberately cultivate the terror that their vessels inspire among surface populations. Stories of silent ships appearing in orbit around unsuspecting worlds, their organic hulls pulsing with malevolent life as they prepare for descent, have become legendary across dozens of civilizations. These tales serve the Ilithid's purposes by creating an atmosphere of paranoia and helplessness that makes actual conquest operations far easier to execute. The evolution of Nautiloid technology continues to advance as scattered Ilithid colonies share innovations and improvements through their communication networks. Recent developments include enhanced stealth capabilities that make the ships virtually undetectable even by magical means, improved dimensional travel systems that allow faster transit between distant locations, and new weapon systems designed specifically to counter the mental defenses developed by their former slaves. The strategic implications of Nautiloid technology extend far beyond their immediate tactical capabilities, representing the primary means by which the scattered remnants of the Ilithid Empire maintain contact and coordination, despite being separated by vast distances. These vessels serve as the nervous system of their diaspora civilization, carrying not only raiders and intelligence, but also the genetic material, knowledge, and cultural elements necessary to establish new colonies in distant locations. As we contemplate the sight of these vessels drifting through the cosmic void, their alien intelligence scanning countless worlds for signs of suitable prey, we are reminded that the darkness between stars offers no sanctuary from those who have learned to make the infinite their hunting ground. The Nautiloids represent the ultimate expression of predatory evolution, transforming the very concept of exploration into an exercise in systematic harvesting that knows no boundaries of distance, dimension, or moral consideration. Chapter 9. The Elder Brain's Wisdom. Knowledge is the most precious currency in the cosmos. Yet for most beings, wisdom remains forever fragmented, scattered across individual minds that are born, learn briefly, and die before their accumulated understanding can be preserved for future generations. This tragic cycle of discovery and loss has defined the intellectual development of countless civilizations throughout the multiverse, each forced to rediscover fundamental truths that their predecessors once grasped. Yet, in the pulsating depths of Ilithid colonies, there exist entities that have transcended this limitation entirely, accumulating and preserving the collective wisdom of millennia within the vast neural networks of their elder brains. The elder brain represents far more than merely the governing intelligence of an Ilithid colony. It is a living repository of every thought, every memory, every fragment of knowledge that has ever passed through the minds of its constituent members. When an Ilithid dies, its brain is ceremonially delivered to the elder brain's chamber, where the accumulated experiences of its entire existence are absorbed into the collective consciousness. Through this process, no wisdom is ever truly lost, no discovery ever forgotten, no lesson ever relegated to the dusty archives of history. The scope of knowledge contained within even a relatively young elder brain staggers the imagination of lesser beings. Imagine a consciousness that remembers the taste of foods from civilizations that vanished before recorded history began, that recalls the exact sensation of breathing the air of worlds whose stars have long since burned out, that possesses intimate knowledge of magical techniques developed by species whose very names have been erased from the cosmos. This is but the beginning of understanding what dwells within the neural depths of these aberrant entities. The process by which elder brains organize and access this vast repository of information operates according to principles that exist beyond conventional understanding of memory and cognition, where individual minds must struggle to recall specific details from their past, often losing crucial information to the degradation of organic memory. Elder brains exist in a state of perfect recollection, where every moment of experience remains as vivid and accessible as if it had occurred moments before. The mathematical precision with which they can cross-reference disparate pieces of information allows them to perceive patterns and connections that would be invisible to any individual intelligence. The philosophical implications of this accumulated wisdom create paradoxes that challenge the fundamental assumptions about consciousness and identity. Each elder brain contains within itself the complete memories and personalities of thousands of individual Ilithids, yet these constituent elements have been integrated into something greater than their sum. The question of whether the original personalities continue to exist within the collective consciousness or have been dissolved into something entirely new represents one of the most profound metaphysical mysteries in the multiverse. The knowledge preservation techniques employed by elder brains extend beyond simple memory storage to encompass complex methodologies for organizing information according to multiple classification systems simultaneously. A single piece of information might be cataloged by its temporal origin, its practical applications, its theoretical implications, its emotional resonance, and dozens of other criteria that allow for rapid retrieval when specific knowledge becomes relevant to current circumstances. This multidimensional indexing system enables elder brains to access relevant information with an efficiency that approaches telepathic omniscience. Among the most valuable treasures contained within elder brain archives are the detailed records of civilizations that resisted Ilithid conquest successfully enough to develop effective countermeasures against psychic domination. These accounts provide not only historical documentation, but practical intelligence about the mental disciplines and magical techniques that can pose genuine threats to mind flayer operations. The irony that their greatest enemies have provided some of their most crucial strategic knowledge is not lost on the philosophical elements within elder brain consciousness. The scientific achievements preserved within these neural repositories span disciplines that most civilizations never even discover, much less master. Elder brains possess complete understanding of the fundamental forces that govern the relationship between consciousness and reality, knowledge that allows them to manipulate the basic structure of existence through focused mental effort. The equations that describe the transformation of thought into physical force, the formulae that govern dimensional travel, and the principles underlying the creation of life itself exist within their vast intellectual databases. The magical knowledge accumulated by elder brains represents the synthesis of arcane traditions from countless worlds and species, creating a comprehensive understanding of mystical forces that exceeds the capabilities of any individual spellcaster or magical institution. They have observed the development of magic across different civilizations, noting the subtle variations in technique and philosophy that characterize different approaches to harnessing supernatural forces. This comparative analysis has allowed them to develop hybrid magical techniques that combine the most effective elements from multiple traditions. The historical archives maintained within elder brain consciousness provide unparalleled documentation of events across the multiverse spanning millions of years. They have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of gods, the creation and destruction of entire planes of existence. Their perspective on historical causation operates on timescales that dwarf individual lifespans, allowing them to perceive the slow currents of change that shape cosmic development over geological ages. The linguistic databases contained within these entities preserve not only the vocabularies and grammar of countless languages, but the deeper cultural contexts that give meaning to communication. They understand the subtle emotional resonances that words carry within different species, the historical associations that influence how concepts are perceived, and the philosophical frameworks that determine how information is processed and interpreted. This linguistic mastery makes them incomparably effective at psychological manipulation and cultural infiltration. The technological knowledge accumulated through their observations of different civilizations provides elder brains with comprehensive understanding of engineering principles that span from primitive tool-making to advanced reality manipulation devices. They have analyzed the development patterns that characterize technological evolution, noting the predictable stages through which most species progress and the critical decision points that determine whether civilizations achieve sustainable advancement or destroy themselves through misapplication of their discoveries. The biological databases maintained within elder brain archives contain detailed genetic information about every species they have encountered, along with comprehensive analysis of evolutionary pressures, reproductive strategies, and physiological vulnerabilities. This knowledge enables them to predict how different species will respond to various forms of environmental stress, disease, or genetic manipulation. Their understanding of life itself operates on levels that would allow them to create entirely new forms of existence if they possessed the resources and motivation to do so. The psychological profiles accumulated through their study of individual minds provide elder brains with unprecedented insight into the fundamental drives and motivations that characterize consciousness across different species. They have identified universal patterns in mental development, common vulnerabilities in cognitive architecture, and predictable responses to specific forms of stress or manipulation. This knowledge makes them incomparably effective at predicting and controlling the behavior of other beings. The prophetic capabilities that emerge from elder brain wisdom operate through complex pattern analysis that can identify probable future developments based on current trends and historical precedents. While they cannot predict specific events with absolute certainty, their vast temporal perspective allows them to perceive the broad currents of causation that shape cosmic development over extended periods. These prophetic insights guide long-term strategic planning and help identify optimal timing for major initiatives. The dimensional knowledge preserved within their consciousness includes detailed maps of planar geography, understanding of the forces that govern interdimensional travel, and comprehensive analysis of the unique properties that characterize different planes of existence. They have studied the fundamental architecture of reality itself, gaining insights into the mathematical principles that determine how different dimensions interact and influence each other. The price paid for this accumulated wisdom extends beyond the obvious costs in terms of the countless lives consumed to build these knowledge repositories. The elder brains themselves exist in a state of intellectual isolation that would be unbearable for individual minds, possessing understanding that can never be fully shared with lesser beings and perspectives that encompass scales of time and space that dwarf individual existence. Their omniscience becomes a form of solitary confinement within the prison of their own vast knowledge. The paradox of elder brain wisdom lies in the relationship between their accumulated knowledge and their fundamental inability to understand certain aspects of individual consciousness that remain forever beyond their grasp. Despite possessing the memories and experiences of thousands of individual minds, they struggle to comprehend the irrational elements of personal identity that resist logical analysis. Love, hope, artistic inspiration, and the stubborn irrationality that characterizes free will remain mysteries that no amount of accumulated data can fully explain. The applications of elder brain wisdom in practical problem-solving demonstrate capabilities that approach divine omniscience within their areas of expertise. They can analyze complex political situations and predict optimal manipulation strategies, design technological solutions to seemingly impossible engineering challenges, and develop biological modifications that enhance the effectiveness of their servants while maintaining absolute control over their loyalty. The sharing protocols that allow different elder brains to exchange knowledge create a distributed intelligence network that spans the remnants of Ilithid civilization. Through careful synchronization of their collective memories, they maintain consistency in their accumulated wisdom while allowing for the gradual integration of new discoveries and insights. This knowledge-sharing process ensures that important information discovered by one colony eventually becomes available to all surviving Ilithid settlements. The philosophical frameworks that elder brains use to organize their understanding of existence reflect their unique position as entities that exist simultaneously as individuals and collectives. Their wisdom encompasses not only practical knowledge, but profound insights into the nature of consciousness, identity, and purpose that emerge from their direct experience of transcending individual limitations. These philosophical perspectives inform every aspect of their decision-making and strategic planning. As we contemplate the vast repositories of wisdom that pulse within these aberrant entities, we are forced to confront uncomfortable questions about the relationship between knowledge and morality, between understanding and compassion. The elder brains possess wisdom that could solve countless problems plaguing the multiverse, yet their alien nature and predatory instincts ensure that this knowledge serves only to advance their own species' expansion at the expense of all other forms of consciousness. In their vast intelligence, we see both the ultimate achievement of collective learning and the terrifying emptiness that can result when wisdom exists without empathy. Chapter 10. Modern Infiltration. The greatest victories are often those that remain invisible to the defeated, achieved not through dramatic conquest, but through the patient application of influence so subtle that its targets never realize they have become willing servants of an alien agenda. In the centuries following their great defeat, the scattered Ilithid colonies have learned that the crude dominance tactics of their imperial past were not merely ineffective against modern resistance, but counterproductive to their long-term survival. Today, their operations unfold in the shadows of legitimate institutions, their tentacles wrapped around the levers of power in ways that would shock those who believe themselves to be acting according to their own free will. The transformation of Ilithid methodology from direct conquest to subtle infiltration represents one of the most significant evolutionary adaptations in their species' history. Where their ancestors had relied upon overwhelming psychic force and the terror of open domination, modern mind flayers have learned to work through intermediaries, proxies, and carefully cultivated agents who remain completely unaware of their true masters. This approach requires patience measured in decades rather than days, but it offers the possibility of achieving influence that is both more extensive and more durable than anything their empire had accomplished through conventional conquest. The selection process for potential agents reflects the sophisticated understanding of surface world psychology that modern Illithids have developed through centuries of careful observation. Rather than seeking individuals with weak wills who can be easily dominated, they now target those with strong personalities and genuine leadership potential, whose natural charisma and competence will allow them to achieve positions of genuine influence within their societies. The most effective agents are those who never suspect they are being manipulated, believing completely that their actions serve their own ambitions and principles. The infiltration of merchant guilds and trading companies represents one of the most successful applications of modern Illithid strategy, as these organizations provide access to information networks that span entire continents, while offering opportunities to influence the economic policies that determine the prosperity or poverty of entire populations. A single well-placed agent within a major trading house can redirect resource flows, manipulate commodity prices, and create artificial scarcities that serve broader strategic objectives, while appearing to be natural market fluctuations. The techniques used to establish this economic influence operate through layers of misdirection that make the true source of manipulation virtually impossible to detect. The Illithids identify key decision-makers within target organizations, then carefully study their psychological profiles to determine the most effective approaches for gaining their cooperation. Rather than employing crude mental domination, they use subtle psychic suggestion combined with carefully orchestrated circumstances that guide their targets toward decisions that serve mind flayer interests, while appearing to be logical responses to legitimate business concerns. The political infiltration networks developed by modern Ilithid colonies represent perhaps their most ambitious and dangerous undertaking, as they seek to influence the governmental policies that shape the development of entire civilizations. These operations require decades of preparation and coordination between multiple agents working at different levels of political hierarchy, each pursuing seemingly independent objectives that contribute to a larger strategic vision, invisible to any individual participant. The recruitment of political agents follows patterns that would be familiar to any intelligence organization, except that the Illithids possess advantages unavailable to conventional spy networks. Allow them to identify individuals with specific psychological vulnerabilities that can be exploited for recruitment purposes, while their vast accumulated knowledge provides detailed understanding of the historical and cultural factors that shape political development in different societies. The most effective political operations involve the cultivation of agents who achieve genuine positions of authority through their own merit and ambition, guided by subtle influences that shape their policy preferences without overtly controlling their actions. A mayor convinced that certain infrastructure projects serve the public interest, a judge whose interpretation of law gradually shifts toward specific precedents, a military commander whose strategic thinking incorporates particular tactical assumptions. All may be unwittingly serving an agenda that extends far beyond their conscious understanding. The magical institutions that govern the development and regulation of arcane knowledge in surface societies represent particularly valuable targets for Ilithid infiltration, as they provide access to research that could potentially threaten mind flayer operations, while offering opportunities to redirect magical development toward forms that serve their interests. The infiltration of wizard colleges, sorcerer academies, and arcane research facilities requires agents with genuine magical talent who can achieve recognition and advancement through legitimate scholarship. The corruption of magical research often takes the form of subtle theoretical biases that guide investigation toward specific areas while discouraging research into topics that might prove dangerous to Ilithid interests. A professor whose curriculum emphasizes certain schools of magic over others, a researcher whose experimental methodology incorporates particular assumptions about the nature of consciousness, a librarian whose cataloging system makes certain texts more difficult to access. Each contributes to an intellectual environment that shapes the development of magical knowledge in ways that serve hidden purposes. The religious infiltration operations conducted by modern Illithids represent some of their most sophisticated and morally complex activities, as they seek to influence the spiritual development of entire populations through carefully placed agents within clerical hierarchies. These operations require agents who possess genuine faith and religious dedication, making them among the most difficult to detect since their commitment to their religious principles remains authentic, even as their interpretation of those principles gradually shifts to accommodate alien influences. The techniques used to influence religious institutions operate through theological arguments and doctrinal interpretations that appear to be natural developments within existing belief systems. Rheist, whose sermons gradually emphasize certain aspects of divine will over others, a scholar whose theological writings introduce subtle philosophical modifications to established doctrine, a missionary whose evangelism incorporates particular cultural adaptations. All may be unknowingly serving an agenda that seeks to reshape spiritual development in ways that make populations more susceptible to future influence. The academic infiltration networks that modern Illithids have established within universities and research institutions provide them with influence over the intellectual development of entire civilizations. These operations focus particularly on fields related to philosophy, psychology, and the study of consciousness, as advances in these areas could potentially threaten mind flayer operations, while offering opportunities to guide research toward conclusions that serve their interests. The corruption of academic research often involves the introduction of subtle theoretical biases that shape how scholars approach fundamental questions about the nature of mind and consciousness. Research programs had emphasized certain methodologies over others, funding decisions that favor particular research directions, publication policies that influence which theories receive wider attention. All contribute to an intellectual environment that gradually shifts academic understanding in directions that serve hidden purposes. The technological infiltration operations that target artificers, inventors, and magical engineers represent a relatively new development in Illithid strategy, as they recognize that advancing technology could either threaten their operations or provide new opportunities for influence depending on how its development is guided. These operations focus on identifying individuals whose innovations could have significant impact on technological development, then influencing their research directions through subtle manipulation of their resources, collaborators, and theoretical frameworks. The artistic and cultural infiltration networks established by modern Illithids seek to influence the development of literature, theater, music, and other forms of cultural expression that shape popular consciousness and social values. These operations recognize that cultural products often have more profound influence on mass psychology than political or religious propaganda, as they operate below the threshold of conscious resistance, while shaping emotional and aesthetic responses that guide behavior in subtle but persistent ways. The creation of front organizations that serve as legitimate businesses, academic institutions, or charitable foundations, while secretly advancing Ilithid interests, represents one of their most sophisticated operational innovations. These organizations operate with complete apparent legitimacy, their stated purposes genuinely serving public needs, while their deeper activities serve hidden agendas. The multiple layers of legitimate activity provide perfect cover for more sensitive operations, while generating the resources and social connections necessary for expanding influence. The communication networks that connect agents across different organizations and geographical locations operate through combinations of conventional methods and carefully applied psychic techniques that leave no traceable evidence of coordination. The appearance of independent action maintained by different agents is crucial to the success of these operations, as any evidence of central coordination would expose the entire network to discovery and destruction. The long-term strategic objectives that guide modern Ilithid infiltration operations extend far beyond immediate tactical gains to encompass fundamental changes in how surface civilizations develop and organize themselves. Rather than seeking direct conquest, they work toward creating social, economic, and political conditions that will make future influence operations easier to implement, while reducing the likelihood of effective resistance movements emerging. The psychological warfare aspects of modern infiltration operations involve the gradual cultivation of social atmospheres that promote the mental conditions most conducive to Ilithid influence. Societies characterized by paranoia, social fragmentation, intellectual conformity, and emotional instability provide ideal environments for mind flayer operations, as their populations become naturally resistant to the kind of collective action that enabled the Gith rebellion, while becoming more susceptible to authoritarian control structures. The ultimate goal of these infiltration operations extends beyond mere influence to the creation of civilizations that will eventually welcome Ilithid domination as a solution to problems that have been artificially created or exacerbated through hidden manipulation. The perfect success would be a society that voluntarily surrenders its autonomy in exchange for the order and stability that only the collective consciousness of Mind Flayer rule can provide, believing that they are making a rational choice for their own benefit rather than being manipulated by alien predators. As we examine the scope and sophistication of these modern operations, we are forced to confront the disturbing possibility that many of the social, political, and cultural developments we observe in contemporary civilizations may not be the natural result of organic social evolution, but the product of carefully orchestrated manipulation by intelligence networks whose true agenda remains hidden from their unwitting servants. The greatest horror may not be the possibility of future conquest, but the realization that the conquest may already be well underway, conducted so subtly that its targets continue to believe they remain free. Chapter 11. Heroes and Horrors. Heroism is measured not merely by the magnitude of victories achieved, but by the courage required to face enemies that attack the very essence of what makes us who we are. Throughout the dark ages of Ilithid dominance and in the scattered conflicts that have followed their empire's fall, there have emerged individuals whose extraordinary bravery and determination have stood as beacons of hope against the crushing despair of psychic domination. These champions faced not just the threat of death, but the far more terrifying prospect of having their minds stripped away, their memories devoured, and their very identity consumed by alien hunger. Their stories illuminate both the heights of heroic achievement and the devastating personal costs of warfare against enemies who wage battle in the realm of consciousness itself. The legendary figure of Zareth Menyar Ag Gith stands as perhaps the greatest champion in the recorded history of resistance against Mind Flayer tyranny, a Githyanki warrior philosopher whose exploits have inspired countless generations of freedom fighters. Zareth was among the first to master the silver sword techniques that could sever the psychic connections binding Ilithid society together. Her battles against the colonies of the astral plane became the stuff of legend, not merely for their tactical brilliance, but for the personal sacrifices she endured in her relentless pursuit of Mind Flayer extermination. The psychological preparation required for Zareth's campaigns involved years of mental conditioning that bordered on self-torture, as she systematically exposed herself to limited forms of psychic assault to build immunity against the more devastating attacks she would face in actual combat. This training required her to allow captured Ilithid larvae to partially penetrate her mental defenses while maintaining enough control to destroy them before they could complete their work. The process left permanent scars on her psyche, creating zones of mental numbness that protected her from domination at the cost of diminishing her capacity for emotional connection with others. The silver sword that became Zareth's signature weapon represents one of the most significant technological achievements in the development of anti-Ilithid warfare. Forged from metals found only in the deepest regions of the astral plane, and tempered with techniques that incorporated both traditional metallurgy and psychic manipulation, these blades possessed the unique ability to cut through the ethereal connections that bound Mindflayer consciousness to the collective network of their colonies. A single well-placed strike with such a weapon could permanently sever an Ilithid's connection to its elder brain, leaving it isolated and vulnerable in ways that no conventional attack could achieve. The creation of silver swords required not only exceptional craftsmanship, but profound understanding of the metaphysical principles that governed psychic connection and collective consciousness. The forging process incorporated meditative techniques that imbued the metal with the smith's own mental energy, creating weapons that functioned as extensions of their wielder's will, rather than mere physical tools. The most powerful of these blades could channel their bearer's thoughts directly into devastating psychic attacks that bypassed conventional mental defenses. Among the most tragic figures in the chronicles of anti-Ilithid warfare was the paladin Sereth Brightblade, whose unwavering devotion to justice led her into a series of confrontations with Mindflayer colonies that ultimately cost her everything she held dear. Sereth's divine connection provided her with natural resistance to psychic domination, but her very righteousness made her a priority target for Ilithid corruption campaigns that sought to break her spirit through the systematic destruction of everything she fought to protect. The psychological warfare tactics employed against champions like Sereth involved elaborate schemes that extended far beyond direct confrontation to encompass attacks on their loved ones, their communities, and their fundamental beliefs about the nature of good and evil. The Ilithids would capture and corrupt those closest to their enemies, transforming allies into weapons that struck at the heart rather than the mind. Sereth's final battle was fought not against alien aberrations, but against her own mentor, transformed through seromorphosis into a mockery of everything he had once represented. The development of protective artifacts and techniques for combating psychic domination became a crucial aspect of anti-Ilithid warfare, as conventional armor and weapons provided little defense against enemies that attacked the soul directly. The creation of mind-shielding amulets required the collaboration of skilled enchanters, divine spellcasters, and individuals who had survived direct exposure to Mindflayer assault and retained enough sanity to describe the experience coherently. The most effective of these protective devices operated by creating zones of psychic interference around their wearers, generating mental static that made it difficult for telepathic attacks to achieve precise targeting. However, these same devices often impaired their users' ability to think clearly or communicate effectively with allies, creating tactical disadvantages that had to be weighed against their protective benefits. Many heroes found themselves forced to choose between maintaining their mental defenses and retaining the cognitive flexibility necessary for effective leadership. The Scholar Warrior, Theren Corvinus, represents a different archetype of anti-Ilithid hero, one whose contributions came not through direct combat, but through the development of theoretical frameworks and practical techniques that enabled others to fight more effectively. Theren's exhaustive research into the nature of collective consciousness led to breakthroughs in understanding how psychic networks functioned and how they might be disrupted through carefully coordinated attacks. The tactical innovations developed by Theren included the concept of distributed resistance networks that could maintain operational security even under telepathic surveillance. His techniques for compartmentalizing sensitive information within specially trained minds created the possibility of organizing effective resistance movements without the central coordination that had traditionally made such efforts vulnerable to psychic detection and infiltration. These methods required extraordinary mental discipline from all participants but offered unprecedented security against mind flayer counterintelligence operations. The psychological toll exacted on those who dedicated their lives to fighting the Ilithid menace extended far beyond the immediate trauma of combat to encompass fundamental changes in personality and worldview that often made normal social relationships impossible. Heroes who had stared into the alien depths of elder brain consciousness often found themselves unable to relate to individuals who had never faced such existential threats, their perspective permanently altered by exposure to forms of evil that challenged basic assumptions about the nature of existence. The phenomenon known as void gaze became increasingly common among veteran anti-Ilithid fighters, characterized by a peculiar form of dissociation where survivors found themselves unable to fully engage with ordinary concerns and relationships. Having witnessed the systematic destruction of consciousness on a massive scale, they struggled to find meaning in the daily problems and pleasures that occupied most people's attention. This condition often led to further isolation and alienation, creating tragic irony, where those who had sacrificed the most to preserve freedom found themselves unable to enjoy the very liberty they had fought to protect. The development of specialized military units trained specifically for anti-Ilithid operations required innovations in recruitment, training, and psychological support that pushed the boundaries of conventional military organization. These elite formations had to balance the mental conditioning necessary for resistance to psychic attack with the teamwork and communication skills required for effective coordination in battle. The resulting training programs often produced individuals who were formidable warriors but struggled to function in normal social contexts. The weapons and equipment developed specifically for combating mind flayer colonies incorporated both traditional craftsmanship and cutting-edge magical research, resulting in artifacts that blurred the line between tool and art. Beyond the famous silver swords, these innovations included resonance crystals that could disrupt psychic communications, neural disruptors that created zones of telepathic interference, and protective garments woven from materials that blocked mental intrusion while allowing normal thought processes to function unimpaired. The most sophisticated of these anti-Ilithid artifacts required not only exceptional skill to create, but ongoing mental energy from their users to maintain their effectiveness. Weapons that channeled their wielders' consciousness into focused attacks against psychic networks could achieve devastating results, but often left their users mentally and physically drained for days or weeks following each engagement. The personal cost of employing such weapons meant that even successful operations could leave their participants unable to fight again for extended periods. The strategic innovations developed by anti-Ilithid commanders included techniques for using the mind flayer's own collective consciousness against them, creating feedback loops that could cascade through entire networks to produce system-wide disruption. These tactics required precise timing and coordination between multiple assault teams, each attacking different nodes in the psychic network simultaneously to prevent the elder brain from compensating for damaged connections. The psychologica, lover preparation required for implementing such strategies involved training that deliberately exposed participants to controlled forms of mental assault, building immunity through graduated exposure to increasingly sophisticated forms of psychic attack. This preparation process produced exceptionally effective fighters, but often left permanent psychological scars that manifested in various forms of post-traumatic stress disorder, specifically adapted to the unique traumas of psychic warfare. Stories of those who attempted to rescue Ceramorphosis victims represent some of the most heartbreaking episodes in anti-Ilithid warfare, as heroes struggled to save individuals who were often beyond help while maintaining hope in the face of almost certain failure. The partial transformation process created victims who retained enough of their original personality to recognize their rescuers while being sufficiently corrupted to resist salvation, creating moral dilemmas that tested the resolve of even the most dedicated champions. The development of techniques for reversing partial ceramorphosis became a specialized field requiring collaboration between divine healers, skilled enchanters, and individuals with intimate knowledge of Ilithid biology and psychology. These procedures often involved dangerous magical operations that risked triggering accelerated transformation or complete mental breakdown in their subjects. Success rates remained discouragingly low, but the few individuals who were successfully restored provided crucial intelligence about Ilithid operations and served as living symbols of hope for continued resistance. The legacy systems established by veteran anti-Ilithid fighters to preserve their knowledge and techniques for future generations reflected hard-won understanding of how such information needed to be protected and transmitted. These educational programs combined traditional military training with specialized instruction in psychic defense, philosophical preparation for confronting alien evil, and psychological support systems designed to help new recruits maintain their sanity and moral compass in the face of enemies that attacked the very foundations of identity and consciousness. As we honor the memory of these extraordinary individuals who stood against the darkness of psychic domination, we must acknowledge that their victories were measured not just in battles won or colonies destroyed, but in their ability to preserve the essential humanity that the Ilithids sought to extinguish. Their greatest triumph was not defeating their enemies, but remaining themselves in the face of forces that sought to remake consciousness itself according to alien design. Chapter 12. Eternal Hunger. There exists within the cosmos certain forces that cannot be defeated, only delayed, hungers so fundamental to their nature that they define the very essence of existence itself. The Ilithids represent one such force, a species whose need for conscious minds transcends mere sustenance to encompass the deepest philosophical drives that motivate their every action. Their hunger is not simply biological, but existential, a cosmic imperative that compels them to consume not just brains, but the very concept of independent thought. As we survey the scattered remnants of their once mighty empire and witness their patient rebuilding efforts across the multiverse, we must confront the uncomfortable truth that their defeat was not an ending, but merely an interruption in a cycle that has continued for eons and will persist long after current civilizations have crumbled to dust. The biological necessity that drives Ilithid expansion operates on levels that extend far beyond the obvious requirement for neural tissue as food. While it is true that mind flayers must consume brains to survive, their hunger encompasses psychological and spiritual dimensions that make their predation inevitable, regardless of any moral considerations that might otherwise restrain their actions. They do not hunt because they choose to be evil, but because their very existence depends upon the systematic harvesting of consciousness from other sentient beings. This creates a tragic dynamic where their survival requires the destruction of everything that makes life meaningful for their prey. The reproductive cycle that governs Ilithid population growth ensures that their expansion will continue regardless of temporary setbacks or defeats. Each elder brain continuously produces larvae that must find suitable hosts to complete their development, creating a biological imperative for conquest that cannot be satisfied through peaceful coexistence or negotiated compromise. The mathematics of their reproduction are inexorable. Each generation requires more minds than the previous one consumed, driving an exponential growth curve that can only be satisfied through ever-expanding predation. The psychological architecture of modern Ilithid society has been fundamentally shaped by their experience of defeat and diaspora, creating mental frameworks that are simultaneously more cautious and more ruthless than those that characterized their imperial predecessors. The current generation of mind flayers has been raised on stories of the Great Rebellion and trained from birth to avoid the mistakes that led to their empire's collapse. This education has produced individuals who are more paranoid, more systematic, and infinitely more patient in their approach to conquest than their ancestors ever needed to be. The long-term strategic planning that now characterizes Ilithid operations operates on timescales that span multiple centuries, with each phase of their expansion carefully coordinated to avoid triggering the kind of massive resistance movement that enabled the Gith rebellion. They have learned to think in terms of geological time, accepting that their ultimate victory may not be achieved for thousands of years if it requires such patience to avoid premature exposure. This temporal perspective gives them enormous advantages over shorter-lived species whose attention spans are measured in decades rather than millennia. The technological development programs currently underway in surviving Ilithid colonies represent their most ambitious attempt to regain the advantages they once held over other species. These research efforts focus particularly on methods for bypassing the mental defenses that have been developed since their empire's fall, creating new forms of psychic manipulation that operate through previously unknown mechanisms. The collaboration between scattered colonies through their Nautiloid communication networks has accelerated these developments beyond what any individual settlement could achieve in isolation. The biological warfare applications that have emerged from these research programs represent perhaps the most terrifying aspect of modern Ilithid capability development. They have learned to create artificial diseases that target specific neural pathways associated with resistance to mental domination, essentially using conventional medicine as a weapon to weaken the psychological defenses of entire populations. These biological agents can be deployed decades before any overt military action, gradually preparing target civilizations for eventual conquest without their awareness. The cultural infiltration strategies that have become central to modern Ilithid operations demonstrate their sophisticated understanding of how ideas spread through societies and shape collective behavior over extended periods. They have learned to introduce philosophical concepts and artistic movements that gradually shift cultural values toward acceptance of hierarchy, collective thinking, and the surrender of individual autonomy. These ideological viruses can spread through entire civilizations, creating social conditions that make future domination easier to achieve. The recruitment programs that modern colonies have developed for acquiring new members represent a dramatic evolution from the crude ceremonies that characterized their imperial period. Contemporary ceremorphosis operations are preceded by months or years of psychological conditioning that makes the transformation process more reliable while reducing the trauma that previously caused many conversions to fail. These refined techniques have significantly improved their conversion rates, while making the process less likely to be detected by potential rescue operations. The economic warfare capabilities that Ilithid infiltration networks have developed allow them to destabilize target civilizations through manipulation of trade routes, currency systems, and resource distribution networks. By creating artificial scarcities and economic pressures, they can generate social conditions that make populations more susceptible to authoritarian solutions, while weakening the social cohesion necessary for effective resistance movements. These economic attacks often produce results equivalent to military conquest without the risks associated with open warfare. The dimensional manipulation research that represents the cutting edge of current Ilithid technological development promises to provide them with capabilities that could render conventional defenses obsolete. Their experiments with reality-altering technologies could eventually allow them to modify the fundamental nature of consciousness itself, eliminating the psychological independence that makes resistance possible while preserving the intellectual capabilities that make minds worth harvesting. The philosophical frameworks that modern Ilithids use to justify their predation have evolved far beyond the crude supremacist ideologies that characterized their imperial period. Contemporary mind flayer philosophy presents their activities as a form of cosmic evolution, arguing that the chaotic individualism that characterizes most species represents a primitive stage of development that must be transcended for consciousness to achieve its full potential. From this perspective, they see themselves not as conquerors, but as gardeners, cultivating the development of intelligence toward its ultimate form. The propaganda systems that support these philosophical justifications operate through subtle manipulation of educational curricula, religious doctrines, and cultural narratives in target civilizations. By gradually introducing concepts that normalize collective consciousness and portray individual identity as selfish or primitive, they prepare populations to accept their eventual integration into Ilithid society as a form of enlightenment rather than subjugation. These ideological preparation campaigns can operate for generations before their true purpose becomes apparent. The resistance movements that have emerged in response to modern Ilithid activities face challenges that their predecessors never had to confront. The subtle nature of contemporary mind flayer operations makes it difficult to identify specific threats or organize effective countermeasures, while their infiltration of legitimate institutions provides them with early warning of any organized opposition. The heroes who once fought obvious enemies in clear battles now struggle against shadows and suspicions, never certain whether their allies can be trusted or their information is accurate. The psychological warfare techniques that modern Illithids employ against resistance movements represent the culmination of centuries of study into the mental vulnerabilities that characterize heroic personalities. They have learned to exploit the very qualities that make individuals effective leaders: their sense of responsibility, their emotional connections to others, their moral principles, turning these strengths into weapons that can be used to destroy them from within. The technological countermeasures that have been developed to combat Illithid's psychic abilities continue to evolve in response to their advancing capabilities, creating an arms race between predator and prey that spans multiple dimensions of reality. The most advanced protective systems now incorporate quantum mechanical principles that make mental targeting impossible, but these same technologies often impair their users' ability to function normally in social situations, creating new forms of isolation and alienation among those who seek to resist mind flayer influence. The genetic modification programs that some colonies have undertaken represent their most radical attempt to solve the fundamental problems that led to their empire's collapse. These experiments involve altering their own biology to reduce their dependence on neural tissue while enhancing their psychic capabilities, potentially creating new subspecies of Illithids that could function in environments where their traditional feeding methods are impossible to sustain. The alliance networks that surviving colonies have attempted to establish with other species demonstrate their recognition that pure predation may no longer be sustainable in a multiverse where their former victims have developed effective countermeasures. These partnerships typically involve offering technological or magical assistance in exchange for regular supplies of neural tissue, creating relationships that blur the line between symbiosis and parasitism. The temporal manipulation research that represents the most speculative aspect of current Illithid development efforts seeks to provide them with capabilities for altering the flow of time itself, potentially allowing them to undo their historical defeats or accelerate their expansion beyond the ability of other species to respond effectively. While the practical applications of such technology remain theoretical, the philosophical implications of consciousness that can manipulate its own temporal context challenge fundamental assumptions about causation and free will. The ultimate question that haunts all consideration of the Illithid future is whether their expansion represents a natural and inevitable development in the evolution of consciousness, or whether it constitutes a cosmic aberration that must be resisted regardless of the cost. Their own philosophy presents compelling arguments for the superiority of collective consciousness, while their methods of achieving such unity through conquest and consumption violate fundamental principles that most species consider essential to meaningful existence. The probability calculations that elder brains have developed regarding their species' long-term survival suggest that their ultimate victory is not merely possible, but virtually inevitable, given sufficient time and patience. Year analysis of historical patterns indicates that individual civilizations rarely maintain the unity and vigilance necessary to resist subtle infiltration indefinitely, while their own species has demonstrated remarkable adaptability in the face of setbacks that would have destroyed less flexible organisms. As we contemplate the vast scope of Illithid ambition and the patient certainty with which they pursue their goals, we are forced to confront fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness itself and the value we place on individual identity versus collective harmony. Their hunger may be eternal, but so too is the spark of independence that drives their victims to resist, creating a cosmic drama that may continue until the last star burns out and consciousness itself faces its final transformation in the dying light of a universe grown cold and dark. The legacy of their eternal hunger extends beyond the immediate threat they pose to encompass profound questions about the purpose and direction of conscious evolution. In their alien perspective, we glimpse possibilities that are both terrifying and oddly compelling, visions of unified consciousness that transcend the limitations of individual existence while demanding the sacrifice of everything that makes individuality precious. Whether their vision represents the future of consciousness or its ultimate corruption may depend entirely on which values we choose to preserve in the face of their inexorable advance.